Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the first day in the second week here at COP27 and the Nordic Pavilion. Welcome also to the audience that follow us online. We hope you are many. Every morning at the Nordic Pavilion, we take a closer look at the future. How will we build, eat, cook, invest, and live were we to meet the 1.5-degree target? What changes need to be made, and how will they impact our everyday lives? As had been said many times before, the future starts with the decision we make today. And the focus this morning will be on the Arctic societies and how they can contribute to the green transition towards net zero. And we ask, can Arctic societies be agents of change in the green transition? And we are hopeful for the answers. With me here on the stage is Sara Olsvik, International Chair in its Circumpolar Council. Welcome. And we also have Ola Elvestuen, member of the Norwegian Parliament and also member of the Standing Committee on Energy and the Environment. And last but not least, Aviaya Jepsen, Special Advisor to the Greenland Government. Welcome, all of you. And I'm going to start with you, Aviaya, because, I mean, the Arctic has warmed almost 3 times quicker than the average for the planet. The effects of climate change are visible already today. And how do you, in Greenland, see this today? How do you feel it in your everyday life?
Okay, so thank you, Andre, for inviting us, and thank you for, well, hello to all of you. But so climate change is quite visible in Greenland, as you've just mentioned. For the 26th year in a row, we've seen that the inland ice has melted, which means that it's getting smaller and smaller for the 26th year in a row. This is affecting everyday life in Greenland in many different ways, and it's also affecting fisheries and agriculture in various different ways. So generally speaking, we see longer periods of drought, and we also see a lot of more precipitation, so a lot longer periods with rain and shorter winters. This of course affects everyday life in Greenland because we're quite dependent on the winter, we're quite dependent on nature. So yeah.
So we might think it causes problems, and it does for the Greenlandic culture, but does it also create opportunities?
So in Greenland we've always had these very large hydropower potentials. So we see that the melting ice actually contributes to extending and making these hydropower resources larger.
Sara, the Arctic societies have always had to adapt to harsh climates. There's no easy living up there, but how do you see this, how should I say, ability to adapt to the harsh climate to be a strength? Is it a strength on the way forward, the ability to adapt to the climate change?
Well, yes. First of all, as indigenous peoples of the Arctic, Inuit and Sami, who also live in the Nordic countries you represent, we have lived there for thousands of years. We have adapted through changing climate, changing political structures. Much of our commonalities evolves around being colonized. And therefore, it is exactly these Nordic states that are here at this podium that are the ones that we speak to when we say that our indigenous peoples organizations are exactly the ones who have brought forward the message of democracy in these processes, the message of making sure that we participate in decision making, that our right of self-determination is respected, even if our Arctic, our homeland, has become over decades an iconic case in climate change because we see the rapid changes as visibly and tangibly that we do in the Arctic. So we come here to the COP with messages of including us in all decision-making processes, including these international processes. Sorry. As indigenous peoples, as was said when our organization, the Inuit Circumpolar Council, was founded, we are not a nation state, but we constitute a nation. We are a people living across state borders. Inuit live across the state borders of Russia, Alaska, the US, Canada, and Greenland. So we consider our ecosystem holistically as one system. If you look at the map and see Inuit Nunat, you will see that very clearly. I invite you to look at these protocols we have developed for ethical and equitable engagement with us in any processes that are to take place in the Arctic, so that we are not longer just an iconic example of the climate change, but we are directly involved, because we are the peoples who will fight till the last drop of blood with each of our cells in our body, because we are talking about our homelands, and our homelands are directly connected to and indivisible from our culture. So this also has to do with our human rights. So we call on the Nordic states to fully recognize us as equal partners in these processes. We have been in many other processes. Nordic states are, democratic, open, put human rights on the agenda and prioritize. So we need to take the last steps and truly become equal partners in bringing these messages to the world.
Ola, how then do we go about giving the, indigenous communities that sense of being treated equally?
Well, in Norway, if I speak from Norway, it's always very important that we always remember that we are, as we say, you're one country but two people, so two nations. So it's Norwegian and it's a Sami, and that is just the way we have to think and the way we have to move about. So all the formal consultations with the Sami Parliament has to be there, but the topic is very relevant because we have just had a Supreme Court decision in Norway about a windmill that was declared that this is illegal and it's breaking the human rights of the individual reindeer herders in that area, in the middle parts of Norway. And now we have to deal with this. And it's important not only from Norway, because of course this is the international human rights, paragraph 27, and so this is relevant also for all other countries and how they act and how they take into the decision making and make decisions that are that follows the international obligations that we have, and also follows the procedures so that all indigenous peoples are taken in the decision making process.
But this was then a decision in the High Court. But that was the reason for that being taken to the High Court was a political decision to put the windmills in the area of the Sami people. So then, how? And I should mention also that it has been not only in the Sami areas, but also all over Norway, been a very polarized debate when it comes to windmills. So let me then ask you, how do we actually build bridges between the green solutions and the surrounding areas, including the indigenous people, when we put up green mills? I mean, you have yourself been Minister for Environment and Climate. So if you were to get that post again, what would you do to ensure that we build bridges?
Well, first of all, we have to respect the formal position that you have. Like in Norway, we have, in Parliament, government is making their decisions, and then you have the Sami Parliament that is democratically elected. And then you also have the organizations that reindeer herders that have. And of course, so it is about having the communication has to be there, and we have a legally binding system where we have to consult every decision. But what is also said in this High Court decision is that those procedures, they are more, they're too much just hooking off that the procedures has been done, but it's not really functioning as a way to move forward to find the solution. So that is really what we have to work with. Now, I do not think this is really new. I mean, we have major conflicts also early, back in the 1980s with power plants in Alta. Everyone in Norway knows that. That was very important also for the wake up in a way, also to giving or not giving that, because it's nothing that you give. It's the indigenous people that they are getting their rights, and it's much better institutionalized now. But I think what is happening is that you have this discussion that is probably not only in Norway, that climate change is so fundamental that, and we really need renewable energy. So you have a tendency now that you go in a way that, yes, you have to break some eggs. That now it's renewable energy that has to be in the forefront, and even though it can be negative for nature and also other interests, and that is a road that we cannot walk down, because we need to. Indigenous rights are just as important now, that we are to make this green major shift, and we have a nature crisis also. So it's just that we have to be better. It is not. We need more renewable energy, but it's not. The situation is not that now you kind of like have to accept everything, because that is the major part. We have to make all these decisions and balance it every time.
Aviaya, let me then ask you, how do you see Arctic communities being agents of change? What can you bring to the table?
So the government of Greenland has decided not to just be passive bystanders of global climate change, but are actually working actively to move over to renewable energies by establishing hydropower plants. The national utility company Nugusiorfed has mapped out all solar, wind, and hydropower resources in Greenland and are working towards 100% renewable energy in Greenland based on this. So at the moment we have 5 hydropower plants in Greenland. Very soon we're going to have 6, and the government is also looking into investing in more. And also in May of this year, the government of Greenland invited international investors to a dialogue on exploring and using huge hydropower potentials that we have in Greenland for maybe ammonia or hydrogen production.
Thank you. Sara, as chair of Inuit Circumpolar, that's a difficult word this morning, Circumpolar Council, how can traditional knowledge be an asset in getting sector transition and affect the policy decisions?
Well, first of all, we call it indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge, we call it that because as peoples, that knowledge is something that is intergenerational, and it's also based not only on knowledge as the Western world would know it, scientific knowledge, but also a more deep knowledge of the land that we live on, of the ecosystems, of the climate that we carry with us through those generations who live in our land. So we call on indigenous knowledge to be equally included in the processes of finding solutions, in the processes of decision making. It's also a very real debate in Greenland, for example, on fish stocks, on management of wildlife, and it is always a much stronger result we get when we ensure that we include all kinds of knowledges. So we call on institutions that work with the Arctic to have a paradigm shift in how they view the production of knowledge, and make sure that they co-produce knowledge with us, because it only makes the results stronger. Now we are talking about adaptation and mitigation, and this COP has a lot of focus on the economy, on the flow of money around the world, to make sure that there are initiatives taken. And here we also bring a very important message, which is to urge governments to recognize the false dichotomy of developed and developing. Because as you see, many indigenous peoples live in G20 countries, and we are not always the ones that are in the forefront of accessing funding. So this is also a recommendation that is now in the Arctic Caucus, as we call it, where it's Inuit and Sami together, and in the Indigenous Caucus and the papers that are produced there through the collective recommendations to the world on indigenous people's access to funding. So for us to truly be there at the table and take part in these processes, it takes first of all recognition of our knowledge as equal knowledge to all other knowledge. And second of all, that we actually have access, and here funding is a fundamental issue, access so that we can be represented, so that we can co-produce knowledge. So I think that there are hopes for the future if we work together in recognition and see the world more colorfully than what we usually see in a very dichotomized way of working politically internationally. And it is here indigenous peoples bring the colors to the table and make a more representative picture of the complex world we live in.
Ola, you wanted to comment on that, Ola?
I think the very good point is that that with indigenous knowledge and then scientific research, it has to work together. Because because everything is decision making, and there's always decision being made, and there's always conflicts with these decisions. We have a tendency that the scientific research and indigenous knowledge becomes parallel processes, and then it becomes just part of the disagreement. So what we need to make sure is that these work really, that they work together, and work together in practical terms. Then I really think that, because then they can add on to each other, and as you say, then we will get a better decision-making process, and we also get a better knowledge for that decision-making.
Oh yeah. In Glasgow, the Greenland Prime Minister announced that Greenland will join the Paris Agreement. Now it's kind of put on hold. Why is that?
So it's true that our Prime Minister made this announcement at COP26. So what has happened since then is that we've started the work of a national climate strategy. This will include civil organizations, civil society, the industry, all the actors that we can collect to contribute to this. So the plan is to make this holistic strategy that takes all these factors into account. And also, we got a new government in April this year, and they decided that we need to make an analysis before making a final decision on whether to ratify the Paris Agreement. So this analysis looks into what consequences can we expect it to have if and when Greenland joins the Paris Agreement.
Yeah, I kind of thought you would like to comment on that, Sarah. Are you hopeful?
Well, I'm also hopeful on that, but I just wanted to say, and the Paris Agreement is an important agreement, but it's also negotiated exactly between those states and nations in the way that we have divided the world previously. We also see at the Sustainable Development Goals and that process, wonderful goals that bring together the world in one agenda and one goal, like the Paris Agreement. But in both of those processes, indigenous peoples and their messages, we were there, indigenous people were there. They were not always fully included. Indigenous peoples have always called on the definition of sustainability to include culture, for example. Is that reflected enough in the SDG goals? In the Paris Agreement, the initial criticism towards the Paris Agreement from the then Greenland government was that it didn't include enough indigenous people's interests, that they were still too marginalized, that it was still too difficult to reach an implementation of that if you are not a rich country or a nation state. So I think that I hope that government of Greenland will sign the Paris Agreement. It's always been my opinion that they should. But I also think that the world needs to reflect on these agreements if they truly represent and engage the diversity of the world enough.
There were several comments saying, Ola, you first, and then Avia.
First of all, I think these global agreements, they can never be perfect. I mean, the UN is a member organization, and it's always members with all the varieties and problems and difficulties. And what is troubling with members that has to agree. But I think the core of the Paris Agreement is that it is to mobilize on every level, and it's a bottom-up agreement where nation states has to do their part, and it's most important, where groups of nations has to do their part, but also where local communities, organizations, peoples, everyone has to do their part. And I think that is and we have to think about it like that. With Greenland and with everyone else has to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. But when it comes to indigenous peoples, I think, and it's important in the Nordic countries or in the high north also to remember that to reach our climate goals, indigenous peoples' human rights has to be way more respected, and it's a crucial part of reaching the Paris Agreement goals. If that is to preserve rainforest, if it's to preserve the natural world in many parts of the world, but we have to remember that it's the same thing in the High North. And that is, as I mentioned, when it comes to this High Court decision in Norway, it's, yes, we have to work on working together when to decision making to make the confrontations as few as possible. But in the end, it is not something that we can just discuss our way through, because there is a human right that is the base there, and we also have to remember that. And the High Court says there is a line that cannot be crossed by the Norwegian state and also on other states. It cannot be crossed. So there is a human right there. So I think the Paris Agreement, followed up rightfully, can be a tool to strengthen the focus on human rights for indigenous peoples, definitely.
Avia, you also had some thoughts on this. Yes. Please, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so it's important for me to say that even if the Greenland government is not yet, or if we end up not being a part of the Paris Agreement, Greenland is still doing a lot for the climate. We're building hydropower plants. We're putting up solar panels in towns and settlements. We put up the first windmills a few years ago, and we're looking into ways to further this and to develop this even more. So there are clear goals, whether or not we're a part of the Paris Agreement.
Thank you. Ola, you actually mentioned that this is the Paris Agreement is a bottom-up. Then let me ask, when we think of indigenous societies, what do you think? Will we get everyone on board in this transition, and how? Sara or Avia, maybe? I was just asking if the Paris Agreement is a bottom-up, as Ola just said. then how do we get everyone on board in this? Thinking of indigenous societies.
Is it on?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's on.
Well, I think that it's also about recognizing that the world does not only consist of nation states. So the indigenous peoples of the Nordic countries, exactly us, Inuit and Sami, we live across state borders, as I said in the beginning. We live across state borders that are today difficult to collaborate across, but that does not make climate change or the ecosystem or the animals or any other living being on the planet except from us people, human species. That does not like make anyone else than us forget about, or what do you call it? The state borders are only something we have drawn on maps, and the ecosystem and the climate change does not know those state borders. So to be able to work together across those nation states borders is essential to actually have an impactful and meaningful engagement and effective adaptation initiatives in the Arctic. So we have a real challenge right now where I think that the states should really consider carefully how do we maintain the collaboration in the Arctic with those states or that state that we at the moment cannot work with. Because on a short term, medium, long term, it will be a disaster if we are not working together across the Arctic in preventing climate change and doing adaptation. So it's a real challenge where I think indigenous peoples pose an example of collaboration that can exist even in hard times. Our organizations existed during the Cold War. We were formed during the Cold War. And I think that there's a world view and a way of thinking there that we have to hold on to the very thin thread of in these years.
Okay, thank you, Sara. I mean, time has been flying. It's been so interesting talking to you guys. We have one final question, and I need a short answer from each of you. We have this focus on the future here at the Nordic Pavilion. We have been asking everyone, how does the future look like, or the Nordics look like in 2050? Let me rephrase this. What will the Arctic societies look like in 2050? We're starting with you, Avia.
So we will have 100% renewable energy. We will have electrified, heat systems, what do you call them? Transport on land, and we will also have power to X. So I'm sorry, this is kind of, but yeah, it's a very challenging question, but we foresee that transport in the air and on the sea will also be based on climate friendly, what do you call them? Fuel, yes, exactly, which is why we're also looking into developing power to X in Greenland. So we see everything will be green.
Thank you. Ola?
To stop global warming cannot be reached in the Arctic. I mean, it's the rest of the world that really has to act, and that is where you have to have the greatest strides, and the pace has to be much faster. But at the same time, it's a paradox that you look at some of the Arctic communities, if you like, per person, they really consume a lot of fossil fuels by themselves. So I think that we should, and also even though there's decision that there's a lot that we can, that there will be disagreement on, there's something that we should agree on, and that is that the Arctic also should be in the forefront of reducing their own emissions, and show how you can have societies in difficult environments that also can become zero emission societies. And I think it's a powerful signal, and it has an importance way beyond the amounts that they reduce of emissions in those societies by themselves.
Thank you. Sara?
Yes, thank you. Well, our main message, one of our main messages from the Inuit Circumpolar Council at this COP, is also that the reality that Inuit faced for decades, that climate change is real and it's affecting our lives, our culture, our human rights, is now a global reality. We see massive and very what do you call it, voldsomme, violent, is that a real word, for climate? Climate, you know, events around the world, floods and eroding coastlines, like even also in Inuit Nunat in Alaska, and storms that are stronger than we have seen. So these events are really showing that this is now a global reality. But it was a reality for Inuit in the Arctic for a long time. So hopefully there will be a just and a fair way to work ahead with states and peoples, all peoples included, because I really do believe that we bring to the table some worldviews that are not necessarily represented when we try to find solutions only among the states. So to learn from those experiences that our peoples have from the Arctic, it will be important, because as we always say, protecting the Arctic is to protect the planet, and the cooling of the planet a lot of it comes from the Arctic. So we have to be part of it on a global scale as well.
Sara Olsvik, thank you for being here. Ola Elvesund, thank you. Avihaya Jepsen, thank you everybody for such an interesting talk. And stay tuned because here at the Nordic Pavilion we have a full program the whole day and with lots of interesting topics. And give the panel a hand, please.
Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Nordic Pavilion. We're here to talk about disability inclusion and climate action. So welcome all to this very important event, and it's great to have you all with us. My name is Jason Boberg. I'm a proudly disabled climate change and disability rights activist from Aotearoa, New Zealand, with the Sustainability Disability Climate Network. It's my pleasure to welcome our esteemed panelists here to the stage. Thanks very much for joining us. This is a topic very close to my heart, so I'm excited to be here alongside our panelists. A massive thank you to Fingo, Abilis Foundation, FIDA, and of course the Nordic Pavilion for hosting and sponsoring the event. And we'll get moving very quickly as there's a lot of ground to cover in this intersection. So we're going to go straight to a video by the Special Rapporteur Gerard Quinn, Special Rapporteur on Disability Rights. Hopefully the video will play shortly.
Thank you. My name is Gerard Quinn, and I am the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I'm delighted to be able to contribute to your important side event, and I thank Abilis and the Finnish government for your consistent resolve, leadership, and clarity of purpose. In opening, I have just 3 main points to make, and I hope to be brief and to the point. First of all, my core mission is to shine a light on topics, events, or phenomena that have a dramatic impact on the lives of persons with disabilities and which might otherwise pass states by. That's why I have focused so much attention on conflicts and disability, the balance of risks and opportunities posed by artificial intelligence, and of course on climate change. They are all connected. Some continue to see disability as a narrow, social policy issue relegated to the margins. I do not, and crucially, the UNCRPD does not. How or whether we factor in the lived experiences of persons with disabilities in how humanity reacts to these major transitions tells us a lot about the vitality of the disability rights revolution. And I do not believe that persons with disabilities have to be counted just as part of the problem. We are also a key part of the solution. Secondly, the UN Treaty on the Rights of People with Disabilities gives us key departure points to ensure that climate action, climate justice, climate adaptation both responds to our needs and also values our voice in framing solutions. Article 4.3 calls for mainstreaming, meaning climate action is incomplete and inefficient without actively taking into account persons with disabilities. Article 5 advances a theory of inclusive equality. It's not enough to assure equal treatment in the abstract. Account must be taken of the actual situations of vulnerability persons with disabilities find themselves in and to respond accordingly. Article 11 focuses attention on situations of risk, including humanitarian emergencies. Some say that this just repeats international law. I maintain it adds several new dimensions, and it especially highlights voice, choice, and control over the process of responding to such crises. And of course, Article 32 seeks to harness international cooperation and development assistance in support of national efforts. It's abundantly clear that this is needed to assist those countries, predominantly in Africa, that have not directly benefited in the past from a carbon-based economy and who are now paying the climate price for the world's addiction to fossil fuels. Indeed, I would add my voice to those calling for climate justice or moral repair. Particularly worthy are those countries whose commodities have been exploited to benefit high carbon economies and who have seen little benefit, if any, in return. Third and last, action on climate justice, adaptation and mitigation cannot legitimately happen unless the authentic voice of persons with disabilities and their representative organizations are to the very fore. I think it was Rousseau who said 2 centuries ago, "No one can speak for you. You have to be allowed to speak for yourself." And I like to think his spirit informs the UN Disability Treaty. The UN Disability Treaty is rightly famous for substantive advances in fields like education and employment, but to my mind it is equally famous for its innovative advances in process. I can't stress enough the role of the voices of persons with disabilities and their representative organisations in all climate-related processes, whether local, national, regional or international. I know we're all at the beginning of a journey to save our planet and hopefully build a better, non-carbon based future. Persons with disabilities have been left out of similar major transitions in the past. If we have learned anything, it is that all voices count. If not, then the furthest left behind will have no chance this time round to catch up. I wish you well in your deliberations, and I very much look forward to hearing about them. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Special Rapporteur on Disability Jared Quinn, for opening us so eloquently. I definitely agree with his words that we must make sure that those who are in danger of being left behind do not be left behind, that those on the front lines are continuously accounted for, and that climate action really is not climate action without disabled people. And I think that's really what's brought us all here together today, to make sure that we can move forward inclusively together. So thanks very much for that, Jared. It's my pleasure to now introduce the panelists with us on the stage, starting with Her Excellency, Ms. Hanna Sakkonen, Minister of Social Affairs and Health in Finland. She has served on the Commerce Committee and the Social Affairs and Health Committee and the Grant Committee. This also handles EU affairs. Her political thinking is guided by social and economic justice, equity between people, and ecological sustainability. Please welcome her to the stage. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Nico Olekainen, the head of the Adaptation Fund. He's a senior climate change specialist at the Adaptation Fund Secretariat, and he is leading technical expertise responsible for renewing projects, proposals, and performance reports submitted by implementing the Adaptation Fund, and co-coordinates the project review work. Very important to have you with us today. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to welcome to the stage Alam Yosefin from International Disability Alliance. She is responsible for leading the coordination and implementation of IDA's strategy to promote and support the effective enforcement of disability-inclusive humanitarian action, responses to flood displacement, peace, security, and disaster risk reduction, and climate action. Thanks very much for being here, Alan. Before we move on to our next video, I just want to start with a quick icebreaker for the panelists on the stage. A very simple question, answered very briefly as possible. What is the one thing that you could do, if you had the power, that would increase disability inclusion in the climate space? If there was one action you could take to help increase this, what would it be?
Well, it's done. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, actually, we are doing quite a few things to increase inclusion of people with disability and vulnerability. I think we are looking at the goal of really achieving full inclusion of the 1 billion people in the world living with disability, and I think it's a huge number. 1 out of 8 people in the world essentially lives with some degree of disability, and I think that because of the. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. And good morning, everyone. And thank you for hosts and organizers for bringing this very important topic on the table. Maybe one thing that I see maybe the most relevant is that we have the civil society and persons with disabilities, their voices being heard in every process, in every table. So then the topic will also be in every table, in every decision.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the question. If I could do only one thing, I would make sure that all nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, as well as national adaptation plans and national mitigation plans, mainstream persons with disabilities and include concrete actions about what governments will do to make sure that persons with disabilities are included in climate action. That would be my action.
Fantastic. I think we've got 3 very strong actions, and we could end the panel there, but that would deprive us a lot more discussion. It sounds like there's a lot of support needed, a lot more voices on the table, and specifically for our NDCs contributing to the Paris Agreement, what our state parties are going to do to make all of this happen. So 3 great prompts for the beginning of the panel. This is a complex problem, and these complex problems have complex solutions, so we're going to dive a little bit deeper into some of those solutions and problems now throughout the panel. We're going to go very quickly into our next video by Patricia Nafano. She is the Abilis Foundation Coordinator in Uganda. So if we could play the video now, that would be great. Thank you.
My name is Nafuna Beatrice. I'm the country coordinator of Abilis Foundation Uganda office. In Uganda, different steps have been taken in response to climate change issues. For example, having a National Climate Change Act 2021, Vision 2040, National Development Plan, Renewable Energy and Disaster Management Policy in place. There have been also efforts by the government of Uganda to include the representation of persons with disabilities on disaster risk management committees at district levels to ensure that the disability concerns are taken care of in addressing climate change within their localities. The government has also committed to disability inclusive disaster reduction policy to domesticate the Sendai framework. Principles of disability inclusive disaster management will be adopted and provision made for representation of persons with disabilities on different committees. These committees shall include disaster, refugee, and climate change structures to foster disability inclusion. There is a plan by the government of Uganda to provide for disability inclusiveness during the review of the climate change policies and guidelines. The National Union of Persons with Disabilities in particular has been implementing a project focused on inclusion of persons with disabilities in disaster risk management processes, with emphasis to Bududa and Kasese districts following landslides and floods. Currently, NUDIP is conducting a study on disability, food security, and climate change. Despite of all these efforts focused at enhancing disability inclusiveness, little has been realized in Uganda. Therefore, what mechanisms could be used to increase participation of persons with disabilities and improve disability inclusion in general? In climate action at national level, are there some best practices that could be adopted and any common pitfalls experienced? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic to be able to provide the space to bring in voices from outside of COP into the space. I think we all know how difficult it is to travel here and be here for 1 or 2 weeks, so I think it's a fantastic format of this panel that I'm very grateful for. And reflecting of that video intervention, I'd like to ask a question to Her Excellency Hanna Sarkkinen, specifically around national level implementation. So how can we make sure that these national level interventions like NDCs or adaptation plans actually ensure that disabled voices can be heard, and what are some of the things that are happening in that space?
Thank you very much. I think it is very important to always have intersectional goggles on when you look at your plans. Really take account disability, gender, social status, ethnicity, all the diversity of people. And if you have those goggles on, you can avoid many pitfalls. And of course, as I already said, it is important to have the civil society organizations and especially the organizations of persons with disabilities heard in all processes, UN negotiations, development policies, and also in national policy making. But I think you ask about the national level, and I think that there is in principle no difference between climate policies and other policies. All of our policies and action plans must be inclusive and accessible for all residents, including persons with different kind of disabilities. But of course, in the case of climate adaptation, we must recognize that the difference between inclusive and non-inclusive action may be a choice between life and death. Because, for example, early warning systems, if they do not communicate in a ways that can reach all people, this can lead to losses of life. But I think that there is no better way to climate-proof our communication and adaptation system than to make sure that we engage persons with disabilities and their organizations. Just to end, I would like to mention that in Finland's domestic climate actions, we are developing good practices on how to ensure that the rights of the persons with disabilities also when it comes to climate policy and actions. And for instance, the Ministry of Environment has made the website information on climate change in accessible way and provides climate-related information in easy-to-read formats. And the Ministry of Transport has prepared a video on international climate science report in sign language and with closed captioning. So I think also the ministries can do very concrete action to promote accessibility.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And thank you to Finland for its leadership in this space. It's incredibly important to have state parties and countries out there leading the way for others to follow. And I know that some state parties have yet to really reach that level, particularly around the NDC, so hopefully that's a good sign for the future. And working on national adaptation domestically, I think is a massive opportunity to move forward as a society. We're reinventing the way that we travel, the way that our cities are built, the way that we respond to climate change. It's a fantastic way to also be inclusive to people with disabilities and the kind of societies and cities that we're building. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to pass on to our next video from Therese Kamalabo. She is from the ASM Action Solidarities Movement from Dominican Republic of Congo.
C'est Madame Thérèse Maboulaye Kamalebo. Je suis une femme handicapée sur fauteuil roulant depuis 2020. La situation de la personne handicapée en République démocratique du Congo connaît beaucoup de défis, mais ça connaît aussi quand même des avancées. Par rapport aux défis, la personne handicapée est victime de la marginalisation. La personne handicapée n'est pas souvent consultée, n'est pas prise en compte dans les réponses humanitaires d'urgence. C'est pourquoi on aimerait que la personne handicapée soit consultée parce qu'elle est actrice, elle est aussi victime de toutes les situations qui touchent la population en général. Les avancées quand même, on peut dire qu'en RDC, depuis un certain temps, on a ratifié la Convention relative aux droits des personnes handicapées. D'ailleurs, c'est depuis 2015. Et cette année 2022, le président a promulgué la loi pour protéger, promouvoir la participation de la personne handicapée. C'est pourquoi, dans les assises comme les changements climatiques, l'inclusion et la participation de la personne handicapée est encouragée. La Convention des Nations Unies le confirme et même l'article 11 dit que les États qui font partie, qui ont signé la Convention des Nations Unies, les États qui vont participer à ce forum international, s'assignent de faire participer, d'inclure la personne handicapée dans les réponses, parce qu'elles sont plus vulnérables. La personne handicapée, vu sa mobilité, vu ses besoins spécifiques, elle est plus vulnérable. Une attention particulière doit être accordée, pas seulement comme bénéficiaire, comme victime, mais aussi considérée comme actrice à ces changements climatiques, à apporter des réponses adéquates pour que le monde soit meilleur. Par rapport à la participation de la personne handicapée dans la prise de décision ou par rapport à sa participation au sommet, j'ai une question à poser aux panélistes. Comment, chers panélistes, comment pensez-vous renforcer l'inclusion de la personne handicapée dans ces directives qui auront une portée internationale? Un autre souci, on se rend compte que la présence de la personne handicapée à ces forums de haut niveau, elle est peu significative. Comment est-ce que vous pensez renforcer la présence, la participation de la personne handicapée à ces assises pour qu'elle puisse aussi s'imprégner davantage et donner son plus par rapport aux décisions qui seront prises? Merci.
Thanks very much for that intervention. Really important points around solidifying the UNCRPD and the question about what can we do to have more concrete engagement of persons with disabilities in these international forums on climate change. And I think the UNCRPD is a great starting point, and within the UNFCCC, the Paris Agreement should be reflective of all other treaty bodies in principle. As people who are following negotiations for some time probably are aware, that is in some areas yet to be expected, or as they say, lagging behind. So the question I'd like to pose to Elam, if that's all right, is what can we do to better solidify our engagement in international spaces like the UNFCCC? What are some wins for disability inclusion that have happened here?
Thank you very much for the question. So the UNFCCC processes and work streams are quite complicated. There are many of them. There are many things happening at the same time. So there are a bunch of activities that we can do to make sure that the voices of persons with disabilities are included by their diversity. So I want to use this opportunity just to highlight the intersectional approach. That when we talk about voices of persons with disabilities, we are talking about intersectionality approach and people with disabilities with different identities, whether they are women, whether they are indigenous people, whether there are youth with disabilities or older persons with disabilities, whether there are children, people with different racial and ethical and other minorities. So first thing first, capacity building and capacity development is very important. I think one thing that we can really invest on is to enhance knowledge and expertise of persons with disabilities and their organizations about climate change, UNFCCC processes, work streams, ways of engagement, entry points. And also the capacity building of climate activists, climate action organizations, environmental organizations about rights and inclusion of persons with disabilities. This is how we can strengthen these two main pillars so that they can collaborate and enhance inclusion of persons with disabilities in international agenda of climate change. The other action that we can take, the other action that we can take is to establish a disability caucus or disability constituency. The good news is that this is already on the way. We have been getting some support from the UNFCCC to establish that, and we are currently working to get the disability caucus officially recognized by UNFCCC. That would give us a seat around the table to make sure that voices of persons with disabilities are reflected and heard in negotiations. Another action is to mainstream disability in different work streams of UNFCCC. You're aware that we have the United Nations Disability Inclusion Strategy adopted in 2019, which requires all UN agencies at international and also like team at national level, including UNFCCC, to make sure that disability is included in their decisions, actions, events, communications, and literally in everything that they do. So we think that by implementation, full implementation of the United Nations Disability Inclusion Strategy, UNFCCC can take a huge step ahead to make sure that climate action decisions, processes, negotiations, events, work streams are inclusive of and accessible to persons with disabilities. How a person with disability can make intervention if they cannot enter the event room. How a deaf person can have their views included if there is no sign language interpretation available in the plenary and in the negotiations. How a person with an intellectual disability can understand and have input in climate action decisions and negotiations if the processes are full of jargon and are not available in easy to understand and plain language. So we think that by implementation of the United Nations Disability Inclusion Strategy, many of these barriers will be removed and persons with disabilities will be able to have their input on an equal basis with other people and make sure that their voices are equally heard. Otherwise, it would be just a placeholder, that's just a name, without real meaningful participation. So as we say, there is no accessibility, no inclusion. To ensure inclusion, we need to ensure accessibility. I just want to also take a moment to talk about the other international organizations. There are many other UN agencies and international organizations who work on other aspects of climate action. For example, UNICEF, who is working on children and climate change. International Labour Organization, who hosted a couple of days ago a very great event in their pavilion about just transition. So they are doing one part on just transition and green jobs. We have UN Women, we have United Nations Refugee Agency, we have United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction. All different, and then United Nations treaty bodies, including the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. All these bodies, agencies, can make sure that they prioritize inclusion of persons with disabilities in climate action in their agendas. Like, for example, the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities can be more vocal and more detailed in their concluding observations and also in their listening to the cases that they have, the communications on individual cases, and use their authority to enhance the knowledge, expertise, and regulations on making sure that persons with disabilities are included at national levels in climate action decisions, plans, and implementations. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that intervention, Alam. You raised many excellent points. Equitable participation here is incredibly important, and making sure that we are able to participate on the same level as others here is critical. And I'm hopeful that a disability constituency will go towards that. The implementation strategy will help also. And like you say, there is a capacity building gap happening at the moment. And I've been really privileged to work in this space for over a decade now, helping to build that capacity for both disabled people's organizations and the wider climate movement. And just to reflect for a moment, when we entered the UNFCCC space 5-6 years ago, the thought of having this event together on stage was almost impossible. So I think that's a great stride, and to see how far we've come already, and there's a long, long way to go. So as long as we stick together and collaborate for future prosperity, I think we'll get there very shortly. I'm going to have to unfortunately continue racing through things. So I'd like to introduce another video by Nico Humelisto. He is from the University of Eastern Finland.
Dear panelists, I'm Dr. Nico Humelisto from Finnish Evangelical Lutheran Mission, and I would like to draw your attention to leadership. Namely, through our research on Nordic climate finances, we have seen that the cross-cutting issue of gender responsiveness does not translate to every project. And commonly, women are seen as beneficiaries, but more rarely as leaders of the projects. And now, I don't think we have any reason to assume that the situation for disability inclusion would be any different if that becomes a cross-cutting issue. Based on our research with our Nepalese Development Cooperation partners, I actually argue that the case might be more trickier. Let me elaborate. First, the agency of the disabled persons need to be fostered due to the commonly practiced discrimination against them. For instance, a disabled person in Nepal might have been treated as a bad omen for all her life, and thus that has led to the exclusion of all social and political life. And secondly, the enabling social and economic opportunities to actually make influence need to be actively organized as well. So indeed, if a disabled person has a capacity to lead, there needs to be opportunities to actually show the leadership. So in a way, both enabling structures and cultivating the capacities of disabled persons need to co-evolve in tandem. So my question is this: if, and hopefully when, disability inclusion becomes a normalized practice in the climate-financed action, how to make it certain that disability inclusion does not become just a mere tick-a-box exercise, but leads to transformational changes? That we would see projects that are planned, evaluated, and led by the disabled persons themselves. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the intervention. We had some colleagues from Nepal with us during the first week of the COP, joining the disability caucus meetings, and they are absolutely reflective of the statements made virtually, that it's a significant issue and that a key barrier is access to funding for their participation in climate action and also disaster risk relief and reduction. So I'd like to propose the question around finance to our last panelist here. What can be done to better incorporate disability rights, rules and procedures, or finance mechanisms that can help guide climate finance across the board to help the inclusion of people with disability?
Thank you, Jason. We are doing that already, as I mentioned already. So persons with disability are recognized in the preamble of the Paris Agreement as a especially vulnerable group of people. But I would also say that in addition to being vulnerable, persons with disability are also key actors, and they need to be key actors in informing the decisions on funding that are made by funding organizations such as the Adaptation Fund. The key risk here is that people with disability remain invisible, that they are forgotten, and that's the real risk. So we need to put in place mechanisms and systems that ensure that this forgetting of disabled people's situation does not happen. So this is done by making explicit references in the policies and strategies of these organizations, and we've done that in the Adaptation Fund, for example. All of our projects need to go through a comprehensive consultation process that looks into the social safeguards of inclusion and equitability and the specific needs of vulnerable groups of people within the communities and marginalized people. There is also a grievance mechanism in each project. So if the rights of people with disability are somehow violated during the project, they can raise, and their communities can raise grievances to the project implementation. Also, these things are monitored throughout the project implementation with specific indicators. I'm glad that intersectionality was mentioned by both of the previous speakers, because that's what we are doing as well. It started from the gender lens that we started looking at how gender considerations can not only prevent doing harm, but instead can improve the efficiency of adaptation actions. And we are doing the same with other aspects of vulnerability, including disability. So in our gender screening, we're also looking at, in an intersectional way, the other sources of vulnerability, such as disabled. If I may just mention an example or two from our portfolio. So, for example, our project in Bangladesh that works with the islands in the river delta. The main problem here with climate are the floods and storms that hit the region and cause massive disruptions. There, the project partners identified that access to health services during these flooding events especially affected people with disability and also pregnant women. So the project seeks to avoid this by constructing specific housing for families with people with disability and that are constructed in a especially safe way. And during events of flooding or storms, those houses, they're called cluster houses, they can be used as shelters for the larger community. But they're already the places where the families with people with disability live in, so they don't need to move especially. They're already there, which I think is a good practice in this case. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. It's great to hear about the intersectional approach that you're taking, as well as the grievance mechanisms. It's a really interesting part of what you're doing. It's somewhat reflective of Article 6, which as a climate nerd I somewhat enjoy. So I will have to wrap us up here, but thank you very much all for your comments on the stage this afternoon. It was fantastic to be joined by you all. And thank you very much to the Nordic Pavilion for making space to discuss disability inclusion. It's a key area that we need more leadership on, and it's great to know who we can look to for leadership. So I'd just like to close by saying that one of the cries for our community is nothing about us without us. And we've heard very clearly here this evening, or this morning, that climate change is about us, and so we must say nothing without us. And I think that message is coming across loud and clear, both from what we're doing domestically, how we involve the voice of disabled persons in our organizations, and how we are able to support that through finance. So once again, a big round of applause for our panelists.
Hello everyone and welcome so much to our side event about mobilizing action for just transition. We all know that to keep the 1.5 degrees target alive, a transformative action and a transformation of our society is needed. If we do it wisely, then we can ensure well-paid, good jobs, more collaboration across generations and countries, and more clean air and a better environment in general. That being said, it's not something that we can take for granted, and we can also risk to have a society where we're losing people. Therefore, I'm really glad to have this wonderful panel with me today to discuss how we ensure that we do this right. How do we ensure that we actually get the skills needed for the green transition to actually create well-paid jobs? And then afterwards, we will talk about how can we collaborate more and what new kind of partnerships do we need to form to actually reach the 1.5 degrees target. And with me today, I have Anne Høyer from the Danish Industry Organization, and I'm really glad to have her here with us, as we of course need the companies to be with us in this transition, and that we see a lot of companies all over the world taking leadership, also in Denmark, where Anne is from. And then we have Helen Watt, and I'm really glad to have you here as well, and you're from Student Energy. And then you're also a really good inspiration for me. You're actually one of the person who inspired me to be engaged in energy when you were part of organizing the Clean Energy Ministerial. So really great to have you here with us today. And then Justin Manuel from ILO, and really great to have you because you're a job creation specialist, which is really what this is all about. So that is truly perfect. But before diving into the panel discussion itself, then I'll give the floor to Helen for an opening remark.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nadia. And as mentioned, I have the distinct honor of working with a network of 50,000 young people in 130 countries around the world with Student Energy. And so very much I'm looking forward to this conversation and how we can really start to unpack the gaps and opportunities that exist right now in looking at a just and inclusive energy transition and opportunities for young people. We've seen with young people right now around the world, there are heightened senses of urgency and anxiety around the climate crisis, but also social inequalities, economic prospects, and all of these aspects are so interlinked in a just transition agenda that really leaves no one behind. Globally, as we know, far more needs to be done to accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels and onto renewable energy and clean energy sources. And empowering young people is really a critical part of achieving our climate objectives, as well as sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy for all, and the entire interconnected development agenda. Engaging young people, it offers communities long-lasting solutions and strong public engagement on energy as well, which is an area where we really see that young people are poised to play a strong role. If they feel that there are accessible and decent opportunities provided to them, they will be effective champions and public support mechanisms for ensuring that policies are sustained and continue to evolve and adapt to communities' needs over time, and where the renewable energy transition needs to progress further. How we engage young people now will determine our ability to future-proof and accelerate in speed and scale. We're talking, there are lots of conversations, I think, this week and last week as well, around kind of what are our plans and commitments through to 2030, 2040, 2050, but young people are very much thinking about the next 5 years of action, the next 10 years of action. This will very much determine what their planet looks like, what their opportunities look like, and so it's important to bring them into this conversation now. However, I will underscore that, with the 1.8 billion young people around the world, there is still this pervasive need and gap when it comes to access to educational opportunities, finance for youth-led projects, as well as decent jobs, and particularly those, of course, in emerging and developing economies, and those who are part of marginalized communities as well, where access to these opportunities is compounded by additional challenges. So we really need to apply an intersectional lens to this conversation today as well. And we've seen over the last year that hundreds of millions of green jobs were committed by countries and agencies alike. And so we are seeing this real opportunity as countries start to really adapt, and the private sector and agencies as well really start to adapt and set these concrete commitments around the numbers of green jobs that we're looking to put forward, that we're at the same time building in these strong pathways for young people to access the skills, the knowledge, the networks, and ultimately the opportunities and sustained opportunities to really be part of that green jobs revolution. So I'll hand it back to Nadia, and I'm really looking forward to starting off this conversation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Helen, for the wonderful remark. and for really kickstarting the conversation and telling us, where are we actually when it comes to just transition and green jobs. And I really think it was interesting with the perspective you mentioned about also sustaining it so that we ensure that the jobs created are actually sustainable more than just environmentally. So to really start with the first conversation, which is about green jobs and skills, then, just Manuel, we often hear that the green transition will create a lot of green jobs and that they have the potential to be well paid. That being said, we also see cases and stories such as in China where we're having solar PV, which is not really, produced with that good conditions for the workers. How do we actually ensure that the green transition actually create the good, well-paid jobs with good working conditions?
Yes, thank you very much, Nadia, and thanks to the Nordic Pavilion for raising this important topic on just transition. As you know, ILO has been advocating already since 2015 through a document that was discussed and approved in our governing body, in the governing body of the ILO. So it was a tripartite discussion where representatives from governments, employers, and trade union association decided to set up what we call the guidelines for a just transition toward a more sustainable economy. So the first things I have to say with regard to your question is that for the ILO, green jobs need to be decent jobs. So we have like a political definition that is not exactly the same. It's a bit goes beyond the ones that they use at the statistical level. We also have a statistical definition, but what we want to say when we talk about green jobs is either by the output, by the product that they produce, that is a clean product, or by the processes where we use to operate and to create these new products or services. But green jobs are those that are able to reduce the consumption on energy and raw materials, or limit greenhouse emission, minimize waste and pollution, protect and restore ecosystem, and enable enterprise and community to adapt to climate change. But in all these cases, these jobs need to be decent jobs.
Thank you so much, and I think it's a really good point about decent jobs. But when it comes to these jobs, then a perspective that is really also interesting is the needed skills and knowledge, which is often something that we hear the companies talking about and asking for, because they need people with the right skills. So anyhow, this is also something that we hear from your organization, that we need people with certain skills. Is it possible for you to elaborate a bit on what skills and knowledge do we actually need to be able to find people for those green, decent jobs?
It is of crucial importance to the employers to actually have access to the right workforce. That's evident. And in Denmark, it's a lot about education. For example, we entered into a cooperation, employers' organization and trade unions, to ask for more qualified craftsmen across all educations. That's not seen before. Also asking for more money for those schools, educating them. That's a new break, and that's because we have the common interest. As I see it, the green workforce and the green transition is not a revolution. It's an evolution. We have a lot of people working in the labor market today, and they need further education. But basically, if you're an electrician, it's not the basic education that you need to change. It's something you can put on top of that. So that's one perspective. A different perspective is that the green transition and green jobs is not from one day to the other, not a revolution, it's an evolution. You see Danish companies that are green frontrunners today and world known, they have not always been like that. They have been through a transition period, and so will other companies that just started the journey now. And you will take your workforce with you, you will educate them and make them stronger. When that is said, we need people on with all types of qualifications, university degrees, craftsmen, and even unskilled workers to make the green transition. And I think that is very important to get all aboard. We had a decade in Denmark of only talking about higher education and knowledge society. And that was actually quite poisonous to the situation we're in now. So we are actively, from industry side, trying to change that narrative so we include all and can cooperate more also with the youth organizations.
And Jose Manuel, you are hopping and jumping to reply on that.
Yes, because actually I fully agree with what you just mentioned. No, the ILO Just Transition Guidelines place the social dialogue at the heart of this just transition. We need to establish dialogue mechanism with workers and employers to support what we call the 9 priorities for a just transition. That is key 9 key topics, 9 key policies that need to be considered, but need to be planned together with employers and workers. No, it is not possible just to decide, okay, we need to reduce the emission or we need to go to towards a more clean energy transition without taking into consideration that we have communities, workers, enterprise, SMEs that need to support us towards and accelerate this energy transition, for instance. So it is very important what Anne was saying. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's really important what the both of you are saying. So, and it's really interesting that you mentioned the point about vocational training. Also, because far too often when I talk with young people who are going to choose that directions, then they are not always seeing it as something they do for the green transition. What can companies do to tell people and young people who want to do vocational training that this is actually something that also contributes to the green transition? Also to inspire more young people to choose vocational backgrounds, which is something that is missing, for example, in Denmark.
That we need the good examples. For example, in the Youth Climate Council that you're participating in, Nadia, in Denmark, we have all kind of educations participating. And I met Nick, who is a young fellow educating himself for an electrician. And he said, I asked him, why did you enter into that education? He said, from I was a child, I wanted to go up into a wind turbine, and that is my road to that. We need to put those stories forward. It's about big dreams also. I mean, if you take an education like mine, I'm an economist, you end up behind a desk, and sometimes in nice panels like this. If you do a more practically oriented education, you actually have a much more fulfilling life if you don't like to sit down all day. And we need to take out the good examples, and I think we are good at that to some point in Denmark, but we are not there at all yet.
So much for your point, and I really also think that it's interesting that you highlight Nick as an example, also because I want to go to a wind turbine instead, and it's not like I'm getting an existential crisis for studying environmental economics, but when Nick, he's sending like Snapchats of him being up in a wind turbine, I get kind of jealous. So yeah, I really guess that we need to have more young people see Nick and people like him as role models. So talking about young people, Helen, you are working with a lot of young people from all over the world, and you're preparing reports about, how do we actually get the needed skills for the transition. So based on the knowledge that you have with working with young people, what can we do to make, more young people to choose educations like this, and also get a more inclusive entry points to this, so that we can get a more diverse representation of young people choosing career paths like that?
Yeah, there's so much to unpack there, and I want to come back to something that Anne mentioned, just about also these kind of helping to build awareness of the fact that we will need young people from every discipline and every academic background participating in this space, and these roles are not going to be confined to the renewable energy sector or climate policy roles or what have you. This is very much going to be an evolution that takes place across sectors. I myself have a history background, so I also did not see myself in working in the energy transition space for a very long time until an organization, Student Energy, that valued youth coming in with diverse experiences and kind of ways of seeing complex issues, coming in and giving me a chance to prove myself in that space. And that for me was really key. And I think if we're talking about representation, and whether that's representation in terms of intersectionality, gender, where young people are located in urban centers or outside of urban centers, we very much need to have a conversation around access. And I think when we do kind of relegate these conversations very much to the post-secondary institutional level, we still need to remember that we're leaving out young people from that conversation as well. And so which channels and communities we're activating with this work who might be reaching other groups of young people that are not reached through kind of conventional methods needs to be a priority, absolutely. So it could be an organization like Student Energy, but honestly, we need to look broader than that, outside of organizations that are already centered on energy and climate issues, and actually looking at, you know, are there, like I know with the energy access space, they've done a lot with mobilizing the faith-based community, which, you know, is not something that I think in the climate and energy space we would typically think of, but it's really thinking about, you know, where are those communities and channels that are reaching people, whether it's, you know, you could also look at mobilizing labor unions, other groups that very much are connected to people, and making sure that, you know, we're creating opportunities for everyone to access the educational platforms and the opportunities that they need. So I think that's really critical in terms of representation. And of course as well, just making sure that, you know, as we're elevating voices who are kind of inspiring us as individuals to move into the space, that we're highlighting and platforming individuals who do not kind of look like the usual suspects that we've seen in the space forever. And I think, you know, well timed to have this on Gender Day as well, but of course kind of profiling and elevating women who are working in this sector to really inspire more young women to get into this space is absolutely critically important, because if we don't see ourselves in the leaders that we're looking up to, we're just not going to feel like there's a pathway in for us. So that's another piece that I would emphasize, is making sure that we're platforming as representative and inclusive a group of people working in this space as possible.
So much for the interesting perspective, and I really also like that you're highlighting the role of like finding new platforms and new ways of communicating with other kinds of people, because if we're only talking in a COP language with a lot of abbreviations and things like that, then it's quite difficult to involve more young people and more people in general who are not engaged. Do you have any, you know, more concrete stories or histories about, you know, how you have actually succeeded in reaching young people who were not already engaged?
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. And I mean, one piece that I'll maybe take the opportunity to mention as well is we are currently actually doing some research with Ørsted right now on identifying the real and perceived barriers from young people in accessing the energy transition jobs, as we're coining them. And so that should offer us some really interesting insights as well around where more of these gaps exist in very data-backed, evidence-based terms, so that we can start to unpack that both from kind of the employer side, the workforce development side, the recruitment side, as well as the youth side as well. We need to understand both perspectives in order to really kind of get deep on who are we not reaching, who's not being engaged, who doesn't see these pathways as being available or accessible to them. Also, what education and skills gaps are missing, because there's a whole new taxonomy around green skills that need to be embedded into every job that young people aren't necessarily getting from traditional academic institutions right now. And so very excited about that piece of research. It will be launched early next year, but we're doing a bit of a teaser this week as well. But happy to speak more on that with anyone who's interested.
Ooh, really interesting with that teaser. Now we're all getting curious. So it's really interesting that you're mentioning the perspectives about gender in general, also because this is Gender Day, and how can we have a Gender Day without talking about gender? So, Anna, you have been in the sector a bit longer time than Helen and I. I don't hope that I'm assaulting anyone by saying that. How have you experienced, you know, the change, you know, doing just the last, you know, 20 years or something like that, regarding like having a more inclusive environment in general where there's more people? Do you see a positive change, or, you know, are they not happening that much?
Before I entered the Danish Industry Association, I was a civil servant for 24 years, also leading part of the policies in the Ministry for Climate and Energy. And in the 90s, when I began on my job, energy was men all over. I was frequently the only woman in the room, and we had VIPs visiting my workplace in the Danish Energy Authority. They would say hello to my secretary first because he was male. That has changed dramatically, and not least the respect for both genders to be able to thrive in different environments. In most Danish businesses, it's quite a good environment now. We still lack some of the smaller environments, some of the smaller companies, but we see that change too. And also in the education environment, it's very important that you teach from the bottom, that you should be on an equal or level playing field from the beginning. I see a huge change. We are not there now, but just today it's possible to call out non-gender friendly ways of doing things. That was impossible 25 years ago. So we are on the right road, but we are not there yet.
Thank you so much, Anne. Really inspiring and great to hear that it's going well in the right direction, at least in Denmark. So Joshua Manuel, what kind of challenges do you see all over the world, because you're not working in Denmark, regarding gender, and you said that you're working a lot with it. Does it go as well, other places, compared to how it is in Denmark, as Anne talked about?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the government of Finland, actually, because they are funding, and the government of Sweden as well, they are funding two projects to promote gender or women empowerment, also with the whole climate change in the whole topic. So indeed, as you may know, female are hard hit by the climate change, but I don't know if you are aware that this region where we are has one of the female labor participation rate that is the lowest in the world, and in particular a country that I know a lot is Algeria or Morocco. It's like the fourth by the bottom. So we need to create much more awareness on the positive role that the women can have also in promoting, restoring, and accelerating the energy of the just transition in general. But for this, we need as well to find solutions. It's not only created awareness, but at the end, it's also try to find sustainable business model that help government, trade unions, and employers to mainstream gender, to work with gender. So it's in our project, we usually combine like macro level interventions where you work with where you try to analyze the business environment, how it is conceived, but also where are the constraints that impede those women to develop. No? And we usually observe that women, yes, they are increasing, not as fast as we want their participation in the labor market, but when you have a proper dive in exactly what they are doing, in particular in the region, they are always concentrated in like occupations that enable her to still taking care of their families. No? So care policies at the heart of the center of the labor market revolution that we need still to do, also when it comes to climate change. Talking about climate, we need to identify opportunities for women. Are they different from the ones that we have to identify for men? We still don't know. No, in particular, it comes to the different countries to analyze together with the civil society organization. Where do we see, or how do we see that any of those occupations could be more adapted to women? No. Also, we need to find accessible finance for women and accessible business opportunity or micro business opportunity. And one of the things particularly I would be interested to explore more is the role of women in promoting, restoring, and accelerating nature-based solutions. No? So to bring all these discussions about nature-based solutions about micro level to understand how we can benefit and how we can make women more empowering by using nature-based solutions. Thank you.
Can you maybe elaborate a bit more about, why is it especially with nature-based solutions that we should include women? Like, why is that the example that you're highlighting?
Because they have been traditionally engaged in promoting and restoring biodiversity. In many of these countries, they are the ones in charge of small farmers. They are the one in charge of forest or taking income from the forest and the management. So they are at the forefront of those nature use and management, land management, etc. So if we manage to turn what they are already doing into viable business solutions that can help us to promote and defend the biodiversity that we'll have, then it's a win-win situation and it's sustainable for all.
Really interesting. And I know I didn't prepare you on this, but now that you're talking about, all the knowledge that are already there, then I know that you in Student Energy are working a lot with indigenous people. And now that we're talking about inclusion, then I think it's also a really relevant perspectives. So Helen, can you maybe elaborate a bit, now that Joshua Manuel is starting to talk about the knowledge already there that females have, what knowledge are already there from indigenous people, for example, related to the green energy transition?
Yeah, happy to elaborate more on this, and so that it's not just me speaking on behalf of the Indigenous young people we work with as well. We actually do have a session tomorrow afternoon, not to plug it, but at the Canada Pavilion on Indigenous youth leadership on clean energy. So I would definitely recommend attending that and hearing from them firsthand. But we have an entire program. It's called the 7 Gen Council. It's entirely led by Indigenous youth, hosted and kind of supported by Student Energy, but ultimately very much with their own agenda. And very much looking at bringing in Indigenous knowledge into clean energy solutions and the clean energy conversation. And that conversation is always, always, always about kind of a holistic ecosystem-based lens, not looking at things like gender or land or energy or food or water as separate components, but very much looking at these as integrated pieces of a larger ecosystem. And very much building off, the fact that Indigenous peoples have continue to steward the vast majority of the world's biodiversity, but have stewarded and managed the land successfully for far, far, far longer than most of us. And so very much looking to kind of their knowledge and ways of knowing and ways of treating the land and healing the land is a really strong concept as well. Indigenous communities, at least kind of in a North American context for sure, but I know this applies as well to other Indigenous communities around the world. So very much kind of bringing those concepts and principles into how we talk about energy solutions in a more holistic and integrated way. For us at Student Energy, it's very much about providing the platform and the resources for Indigenous youth to lead their own solutions, lead their own projects, and lead their own strategies, and really just filling in the gaps wherever needed. If there's needed kind of connections, networks, mentorship, coaching, whatever that might be, we kind of come in as an organization and very much support that effort. And that's something that I encourage every organization and government as well to think about how you play that kind of a role to really enable their participation and their leadership in the space as well.
Thank you so much, and time is flying, and we're done with the first segment, which was really about, skills, job creation, and also, added another perspectives about inclusion and diversity, both regarding gender and, where people are from and different cultures. So I really think, adding that to it really just gave another perspective to it. So now we're starting the second part of this discussion, which is really about, the collaboration across countries and generations and all over society that is needed to actually reach the climate targets. So really just to go back to one of the points that we have talked about in this conversation, which was really about people with different kinds of education. I remember that Anne talked about the need for vocational training, but that there has also been, a huge focus on people from universities. How, Anne, can we actually, get people to work more together across people with different educational backgrounds, which is really something that is needed, but something that I at least see is missing in countries in Denmark where you are not having as much collaboration across people with different educations as there could have been.
Right, there could be more, but it's not that it's not there. We just never talked about it. We see it in all the companies. The Danish industry is a confederation of 19,000 companies, and it's actually going on every day there. So we have to display it, and we have to relax a bit about educational background when we put up teams. Actually, my move from the public to the private sector showed that you are much more relaxed and much more focused on skills and competences in the private sector than in the public sector. So there I see in Denmark at least, we have a private sector leadership. When that is said, this is not just an issue in Denmark. It will be an issue in other countries too. And I think one of the breakthroughs we had in Denmark was a cooperation in the climate partnerships, where we have 13 different sectors cooperating across competing companies to have some recommendations for government on how to fix policy. We are actually trying to export that concept, and that will also export the ability to work together across companies, across educational levels, and so on, because we need to break down these barriers to succeed.
Thank you so much. And you're already starting to dive into the second part of your question, which is really, these partnerships that you are having a lot of success with in Denmark. How can we actually use the knowledge gained from those partnerships to create new and different kinds of partnerships, which is potentially not just limited to the private and public sector, but maybe also goes beyond that? Are there any knowledge that we can use based on that?
I think so. Once people get invited, they actually meet up, and they actually are quite open about it. We have seen Danish CEOs cooperating across competing companies. When that's said, I think it's important that we take it to an international level. It's a new concept, and I think it's pretty much based on the large level of confidence that we have in each other in Denmark. But that could be exported. We are having an event in Brussels soon, where we are trying to tell what was takeaways from this and what are the main things to do to get right off from a start. In the Confederation of Danish Industries, we are cooperating with likewise organization in, for example, Egypt, Ghana, and Kenya, to make partnerships like this, to be able to have the whole value chain, from young people to companies to educations and so on, to find out what do we need to do in our country to move forward. And I think that's actually the most promising part of it.
Really interesting. And Helen, I know that you're also working a lot with partnerships in student energy, and that you're really cooperating a lot with different kinds of companies, and really using them in also your work with writing reports and getting more knowledge out there. What is your experiences and lessons learned with working with companies and forming partnerships with them?
Absolutely. And, I'll take the opportunity of us being kind of at the Nordic Pavilion as well. But, for example, our work, for a long time, we I would say, struggled to effectively get the support that we needed from the private sector and the public sector, especially at an international level, because youth wasn't necessarily seen as kind of a core, high-impact, metric-based area of the climate and energy transition space. And so, we would kind of approach these governments and companies with these opportunities to really think about how you're embedding youth engagement and youth support into your strategies. And we would get, a lot of kind of, positive reception, excitement about what we're doing, but no real follow through on kind of providing the resources needed to scale that and really reach deeper to young people who were being left out of the conversation as well. And so one great example of where we kind of had a front runner who really had to kind of step up to the plate and take the first go at supporting our work internationally was actually the government of Denmark. And they kind of came in and said, we see this as very much being a critical part of the systems change. If we're talking about climate action and energy transitions that sustain us through to 2030 and beyond, young people need to be at the center of those conversations, and we are ready to support that happening. We then kind of started to engage with the private sector a bit more, and as soon as we started having this conversation with Ørsted around energy transition jobs and the green skills gap, we really kind of struck a chord there and really started kind of thinking about what is a tool that would be most useful to both reaching the private sector's goals of attracting the right talent who wants to stay with the company, who can be effective in terms of representing the values of the company and really representing those values outside of the company as well. And where on the youth side can we make sure that young people aren't just being provided with all of these skills and training and networks and not having anywhere to actually work and apply those skills to in a career context. And so that was a really effective example of just kind of building off, leveraging this first initial injection of support that allowed us to really start having these conversations in a way that wasn't just about, supporting our work at a foundational level, and actually getting to, start thinking really proactively about how can we start designing programs and tools that are more proactively addressing the real gaps and needs in this network beyond just young people, but looking at the sector at large. Because ultimately, we're trying to affect and empower young people, but what we're really trying to do is accelerate a sustainable energy transition for everyone and every sector around the world. And so we have to be having those conversations, but kind of recognizing that I think for some organizations, particularly civil society, it can be challenging to even have the capacity to initiate those conversations from the get-go, because there is just such a there still is such a resourcing gap when it comes to supporting youth empowerment initiatives, and I would argue gender-based initiatives as well are quite similar in that respect.
Thank you so much for your great point. And I think it's really inspiring how you're working with companies to actually, accelerate the green energy transition. But then I also think it's quite interesting because, you're seeing, a lot of partnerships which are both with companies who are, really good and doing a lot of great jobs. And then we're having companies who are maybe just in the beginning of their transition. How do you actually work with, getting companies who are maybe not that ambitious right now, but to actually transform to be more ambitious? How can you be part of pushing them?
We have tried in the past. I would argue that we don't do that as actively as we probably should right now, but we did actually try. So we developed this concept of a youth advisory council where we could go to either individual companies or coalitions of companies and really try and kind of embed youth perspectives and recommendations into their work and the way that they were setting their strategies and commitments. And so we did this a couple of years back actually with a coalition of fossil fuel-based actors, very much testing out this model of a youth advisory council. And the outcomes from the kind of youth engagement process were really, really interesting. And the coalition itself was actually very, very receptive to this work, very excited about it. But where we faced the biggest barriers were actually trying to kind of work across all of these competing interests from different companies was really, really challenging. And I think just very different kind of levels of where they were at in terms of being ready to implement, and I guess, good moment to kind of plug the theme of this year's COP implementation. I think that's where we were kind of missing. We were still missing a bit of receptiveness, was the idea that working with young people could really mean taking their recommendations into action and really committing to doing that in a timely way. And I think, it was the beginning of a really interesting conversation, and we learned a lot and developed a lot of really interesting strategies and tactics for how we engage with those sectors. And it's something that we would definitely be open to testing again, but I think recognizing that there are a lot of challenges and just inherent power dynamics as well in bringing young people into spaces like that, where they ultimately might still not be seen as really having the most valuable solutions or inputs, and those organizations might just not be ready to commit yet. We've worked with another company as well that was a little bit earlier in their stages of developing their climate and energy transition plan. And it was really interesting because we got to get young people in there from the get-go while they were still designing. But because there was so much infrastructure still to be built out, even just on a human resources side, so much still to be built out internally within that company, we just found we weren't able to get the kind of traction that we wanted to. So I think there's a lot of learnings there in terms of when you can bring young people into the process in a way that's really effective and creates real impact, and how to also really manage expectations and kind of make sure there's really strong alignment on what it is that you realistically want to see as an outcome of that process.
Really interesting, and I also think it's really interesting with the perspectives about bringing young people in spaces where they are not normally. But something, where we're actually seeing things happening, that is when you pass the ILO pavilion, the Just Transition Pavilion, then you can see a lot of young people who are at the program. I also heard about a young coordination meeting where there was croissants and coffee. I couldn't participate, but it really seems like you're doing a lot in ILO with working together with young people and involving them. What challenges do you see when you're working with young people, and how does it actually go for you, and what kind of new perspectives do you get when you involve young people in your work in ILO?
Thank you very much, and thank you for passing. We invite you all to come and visit us as well. Indeed, young people are very dynamic. They usually have a stronger aspiration, in particular when it comes to sustainability. I've heard in one of the side events these days that there was an institution doing, I don't remember which one, a survey about perceptions of their work, and many of the young people today prefer to work in a work or in a company that has sustainability values, and then it's more important for them that to have a higher wage. So these are the things that we are seeing more and more, but in general they are eager and they are able to have and to bring to the company new skills, but also to quickly adapt. They have better standard of education, they are able to embrace innovation, and they have higher level of digital literacy. So those are assets that companies usually need to take into consideration. Obviously, when it comes to practical experience, etc., they lack a bit of practical experience. That's why it's important, but it's important for everyone today to establish a long life learning mechanism that helps them to acquire the skills that they might have not had capacity to acquire yet. In that sense, the ILO has launched here during the COP27, together with UNEP, with the United Nations Environmental Programme, and with UNGO, but also with UNICEF Generation Unlimited, the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, which is an alliance of international organizations, but also research centers, NGOs, young unions, youth unions, etc., to work together and to define a specific target and ambitious. No, and the target is that we wanted to have 1 million of new green jobs, but we also would like to have 1 million of greening jobs. And finally, we are aiming to have 10,000 new green enterprises coming in the next 5 years globally. So for this reason, we invite all these countries, activists, etc., to join this transition, this Green Jobs for Youth Pact. It's going to be a combination of what you can bring to the path, but also what we can offer, what those different organizations can offer when it comes to employment, create awareness about the climate change topics, and green economies and green jobs, identify new green jobs in specific sectors, etc. Provide with the right skills and green skills, and for that we have as well many tools that we can use. Promote green entrepreneurship, green mentoring, adapting the services that usually business development services are doing to better orient young people towards those untapped opportunities that may exist. So it's a new pact. We are very excited to launch it here. LinkedIn is one of our partners. And we are very happy to use the data and the whole LinkedIn learning platform as a way to also create awareness about those opportunities that exist. And I invite you all to participate.
So much for the invitation, and also really interesting that you're mentioning all the good parts about your visions about how many new and green jobs that should be created. So Anne, how can your organizations and the companies that are part of it contribute to making Manuel and Jose Manuel and his organization's vision to be a reality?
One thing that is very true for young people, or at least it was so when I was young, it's that you're not motivated by today, but by a better tomorrow. So that's a narrative we have to offer the young generation, but not only offer it, let us cooperate in developing it. I think that is what we need. You are talking about green jobs, and we all love green jobs. We also do that in the Confederation of Danish Industries, but there are also a lot of jobs in hard-to-abate sectors that need to transition. And we need to show that they are green too. If you're part of a large change that will make the world a better place, you are also in a green job, even though it doesn't look that way in the point of departure. And I think that's very important to have all on board in this transition. So I think that what we can do from our side is support the organizations with the young people in Denmark, and we try to do so, for example, by having organized dialogue. I had a representative from Extinction Rebellion in Denmark in the DI Climate Committee to have a discussion on what's really important and is there anything we can actually talk about and agree on, but also actually put some real influence to young people. We see a very good example with the Danish Youth Climate Council. Nobody dares not to be on good footing with Nadja and her colleagues. That's power in a new and different way. And that's because you are also very good at what you are doing, and you are supported with knowledge. So you actually have the possibility to make a difference. And I think you can do that in many other areas. And we would be interested in that from an industry association side. You are our future workers. You are our employees. And we need you skilled, ambitious, and driving a change.
It's really great to hear that you're saying that you don't want to mess with us. That is good to hear. I don't think we want to mess with you either anymore. So that is great. I think it's really interesting that you're mentioning the part about hard-to-abate sector, and I think something that is also really important is to remember the people who are in those sectors. What kind of further educations are needed to ensure that these people are actually included in the transition? And
we should look into what are they actually going to do. For example, the cement industry, you will need to capture carbon. You will need that in other sectors too, for example, from also green carbon and so on. So that's not specific for that sector. It's a general thing that we actually need to comply with 1.5 degrees. We don't have a standard chance if we don't capture and store carbon dioxide. So that's green, a green activity no matter where in the value chain you are with that. That is one example. Another example is to get green energy for those processes in hard-to-abate sectors. That might be biogas, that might be green electricity from wind turbines, solar panels, whatever. That's also an activity of changing the energy sources. So I think you should frame that as green activities instead of saying you're in a sector that we don't really like. There's no way that we are going to erect all those offshore wind turbines we will need in the world if we don't have cement. It's not possible. So it's also about the narrative and focusing on the change. And then it's important that the companies are actually in it for the change. And we see that in Denmark, and we see that in Europe, and we see that globally. It's increasingly a license to operate, that you're greening your operations, no matter what your point of departure is. So the market is also pushing on these things. So I think there's an important thing about the narrative that will also be able to include much more education, much more jobs across the whole world, that you're not part of a losing industry, you're part of a changing industry.
Thank you so much, and I also think it's really interesting how you're mentioning the part with it, starting to be green as a license to operate, and there's a lot of similarities all over the world regarding this, where we're seeing, real action a lot of different places. That being said, the world are not, all alike, and Helen, you work a lot with people from, all over the world. What kind of differences do you see when it comes to the green transition from, countries potentially in Canada or, the global south or, other places?
I mean, I think it's really important that we're still continuing to have these conversations at a global level as a way to really exchange knowledge, share best case practices. There's lots that actually can be applied to different locations around the world where we don't need to be reinventing the wheel. We very much should be sharing what we're testing that's working and what we're testing that's not working just as importantly as well. But there is still a very, very important, it's still very, very important that we are still considering the regional and local differences as well in how we're talking about just transitions. For example, we do a lot of work. A lot of our work is actually in Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia and Southeast Asia. And so the challenges that we're facing there in terms of access to education are very, very different than what we experience with young people in Europe and in North America. And not across the board. There's obviously exceptions and groups of communities that we work with in some regions that don't have access to education that would, maybe fall into North America and Europe, but very largely kind of looking at the trends and patterns of what challenges are strongest, there are very distinct differences. A great way to kind of look at this is actually through the lens of our Global Youth Energy Outlook, which we launched at COP26 last year. We're launching an extended version this COP, but very much look to actually survey 42,000 young people from around the world, over 100 countries, and get their distinct kind of regional and individual perspectives on what they wanted to see for an energy transition. And we saw quite a distinct regional difference, even in levels of concern around the climate crisis, which was really, really interesting. Our highest points of concern were coming from regions that were being the most directly affected by climate impacts already. And so that very much determines how young people are feeling empowered or disempowered or prioritizing engaging in this space. And so really recognizing that even the values and the levels of urgency might look quite different from region to region. But when you're talking about kind of access to capacity building to access jobs, there's distinct regional challenges and opportunities if you look at Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, which will be a big regional focus for us in 2023, and looking at actually how are we reaching young people who might not have consistent access to internet. Internet has been kind of this vehicle for us to disseminate 10 different education and training programs free of charge to any young person, and we very much saw that as a core tenet of accessibility. But engaging more deeply in this region in particular, we now have to look at, the digital divide, and actually access to reliable internet is not a reality for a lot of young people, and traveling, outside of their home X number of kilometers to access a community center or a facility that might have internet is not necessarily a reality. So how are we activating local partnerships and regional partnerships to make that happen as well? And I think that really underscores the need for catalytic partnerships. And so we'll partner with organizations like the Clean Technology Hub in Nigeria, the Strategic Youth Network for Development in Ghana, and others that are already engaging directly with young people or already have their own networks, and look at how we can enhance that work instead of kind of coming in and introducing something entirely new. So I think that's a really important piece here is, making sure that we're exchanging knowledge, sharing resources, sharing opportunities at a global level, but still forming the right partnerships and alliances and connections to the challenges and opportunities at a local and regional level as well.
Thank you so much for that perspectives. And I know for you, Joshua Manuel, that you are also, working a lot with people from really different cultures and perspectives in ILO in general. What do you think that we can learn from each other, and what kind of experiences do you see from different parts of the world that is important to highlight at places like this?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. So that's what actually the Just Transition Guidelines try to tell us, is that we actually need to build, based on our local context and our local priorities, a mainstream the Just Transition towards on the national action plans, adaptation plans, NDCs, etc. One thing that we could learn from your countries, from the Nordic countries, is actually the way the social dialogue is naturally, I would say, or it seems to be naturally embedded in everything that you do. And that's a very good practice that we want to highlight also when we talk about developing countries, to generate this tradition of established dialogue mechanism to at policy level, best practices, exchanges, etc. And that also bring the experience that you have from these countries, from these organizations to others organizations. We need to build the capacity of developing countries. We need to help them learn from what the North is doing, but also we need to learn from what they are doing when it comes to protect the environment, using traditional techniques, etc. There are usually this dilemma of polluters and non-polluters when receiving, etc. So we also need to create awareness about what is happening and implement a just transition financing mechanism. In that sense, the ILO has two initiatives. One is the Climate Action for Jobs initiative that is actually supported by the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, to support countries to implement just transition policies. And we launched it also during this COP27, another tool that is particularly looking at how we are going to finance all these just transition measures that those countries need to implement. And these just transition financial measures need to be, again, sustainable. So it's a question of identifying also commercial banks, finance service provided that can help us devise sustainable business model, for instance, for SMEs who would need to have access to new equipment or new R&D services, etc., and how they can get use of this. So it's a bit of bringing new services to help the communities, the SMEs, and the workers to transition as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and really interesting with the perspectives about building capacity. So, Annie, you already talked a lot about the value chain. Can you maybe elaborate a bit on how the companies that are part of your organizations work with building capacity within the value chain, also in less developed countries?
The first thing is, do you have access to dialogue with the formal education system? That's important. You have that, for example, in Denmark, both basic education, but also research and development. You need that cooperation, and that's a global issue to get into that modus vivendi together. The other things is that once you are at a job, you are educated through the job, formally or informally, and that's a way that companies worldwide help skilled people. Very often, even though you have some kind of education, you're not ready for the job, you will still be trained on the job. So I think that is a very important part of it, also because that's a way you create value while you are educated. And I think the notion of you have some kind of education and you work the rest of your life with no more education, that's not the way forward. We will all need to re-educate all over, and I think that maybe also change the basic skills that we need. How much do we actually need? How finished must we be when we exit some kind of education? And that's a wide open door for societies that don't have the tradition of long education, both in crafts and in universities. And I think we should look that way, and that is an area where companies can help.
Much. Unfortunately, we are not having that much time of this discussion, but before ending, I'll ask all of you to come with your key takeaways from this discussion. And I know you're looking a bit frustrated, but to start with you, what is your key takeaway from the discussion that we've just had about just transition?
No, I'm not frustrated a lot. I'd actually learned a lot of the experiences. I think that we need to support all the interventions. I think just transition is the right thing to do, but also is the smart thing to do. And we can only do it if we establish social dialogue mechanism, no, with youth, with workers and employers. No, we need to bring together all these mechanism to work with government to support this just transition. So this is my key takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Helen?
Yeah, I mean, some amazing points that I've heard from my colleagues here. I think the concept of mainstreaming the just transition is really, really important here, making sure that it's not a standalone strategy, it's embedded in our entire climate and energy agenda. I think also really kind of emphasizing that, when we're talking about green jobs, these will be applied throughout every sector. These are not exclusive to renewable energy sectors, as I think they're often referenced, and really looking as well at some of the sectors that might not be initially perceived as climate-friendly sectors, and looking at the amount of work that needs to be done in those hard-to-abate heavy industry sectors as well. That's going to be a huge part of our future, and so making sure that we're not leaving them out of this conversation as well. And then finally, for my part, I would say kind of this idea of catalytic partnerships, really thinking about how are you partnering and what's your sustained plan for partnering, and reaching kind of outside of the tent as well, being willing to engage with actors who might not seem like conventional fits or the ones that are most comfortable to work with, thinking about how you're building relationships at a local level, a regional level, and as well with communities and groups that might have been left out of your work previously.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Anne?
Well, I think it's important that we acknowledge that the youth are inspired by the future, not by the past or the situation the rest of us created now. And then I think investment in dialogue across sectors, across generations, across countries is the most important thing we can do. This COP is about implementation, but it must also be around a just transition, also in education.
Thank you so much to all of you. Please give the panel a hand. And my key takeaway, because I'll of course also allow myself to give that, is really that there are already a lot of good partnerships out there. For example, with the public-private partnerships that we see in Denmark, and that we can definitely leverage of all those partnerships already there. And then, as you also said, we need to keep in mind the people who might not be in the transition and be here today. We need to involve them. We need to speak in a language that is understandable for them, and also people who are potentially in hard-to-abate sector and might not seem as the people who would be out there protesting, but we need them in transition, and we need to further educate them to ensure that we get everyone on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are live here from the Nordic Pavilion, where we will have our daily briefing. Today we will have the chief negotiator for Norway, Henrik Halging Eriksen, here. And Henrik, we're now in the second week. It's been quite a hectic first week. Had a lot of issues that were pushed into the second week. So my first question to you is basically, where are we in the negotiations?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. The short answer to that is that although there have been some progress and some important issues were dealt with in the first week, we are not where we should be. You refer to many issues being pushed to the second week, and it's the number of issues is quite large and much larger than what is usual for the COPs. As you know or may not know, the first week the subsidiary bodies, the SBI and Substa work to decide on lots of agenda points. Many of them are technical, some of them are more controversial, and some are more political. But usually, there's the vast bulk of these decisions are made in the first week. So we have a lot on our plate for the second week. There was a stock take this morning with the Egyptian presidency, and they said now the work would go in 3 streams. One is to take forward the technical work, both the outstanding technical work from the subsidiary bodies that were pushed to the second week, but also technical work ongoing under the governing bodies. That's the COP, the CMA, the CMP. And for those who don't know the acronyms, those are the acronyms for the governing bodies. So the Climate Change Convention, the Paris Agreement, and the Kyoto Protocol. So that's one stream. The other one is on presidency consultations on several issues. The most important one, or the most profiled one, being the consultations on the cover decision. That's where we expect more political messages on mitigation and keeping 1.5 alive to be, as well as capturing political messages on the other issues on adaptation, finance, loss and damage. And the third one would be from around Wednesday to have political engaging ministers on, hopefully then, a reduced subset of issues that need political engagement. So there will be some pairs of ministers. We already know, or it's safe to say that one of them will be on loss and damage, where Chile and Germany already before the COP started having consultations at a political level. So lots on our plate is the short answer, although I used a bit more words. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, so you've been to many COPs. Compared to previous COPs, I mean, the situation you're in now, what is realistically can be I mean, how do you foresee a realistic outcome given where you are at the moment?
That's a very difficult question. It's perfectly doable to get a good outcome, because we're still working on everything, and no issue has been jammed. I think there was the risk before the COP and in adopting the agenda that loss and damage, financing for loss and damage might be something that would sort of derail the COP. That was not done. It's on the formal agenda and negotiations are taking place. Of course, views are very different and we need to find agreement in the negotiations, but it's still ongoing, and from our side we really hope to see a good outcome. I think it will be crucial for this COP to have find a way forward on financing for loss and damage, as well as sending a clear message responding to science that we stick to working for 1.5, and that the mitigation work program to be adopted will be a tool for our work to do this. So, but we'll see. I think, but it's doable, and we hope to see a good outcome.
When you say financing for loss and damage, I understand this is one of the, as you said, it's one of the critical issues. What could be a possible landing ground there, you think? There are talks about facility and these things, but...
We came into the meeting and also in discussions that we have been having over before that. It's been the discussions have been quite polarized in that there is a G77 proposal for a new facility within Paris Agreement and UNFCCC, and the discussion has been sort of either you're for that or against that, and it was quite polarized. I believe actually the adoption of the agenda point helped because it made clear that we are having a broad discussion on possible solution that includes the facility, but it also includes other options, and perhaps it's possible to draw upon both of these to find a way forward. That would be our hope, but yeah.
So I saw the Norwegian Climate and Environment Minister is here. Will he be asked to facilitate something, you think?
Well, we don't know. There's no particular facilitation job that's on his table now. As I said, they will start up on Wednesday, and we don't really know how many issues will be taken forward. So it will probably be one on mitigation, the mitigation work program as well, but we'll see.
I think I would like to open up the room for questions if there is. I just have one final question to you. Given the urgency where we're at and the 1.5, how important it is to emphasize it in a decision coming out from the COP here, do you see that urgency in the negotiations? Does the countries really emphasize the need for stronger climate targets, or do you see that there is a backlash?
Well, I was just listening to the ministerial roundtable on pre-2030 mitigation, pre-2030 ambition, and ministers are speaking to the urgency. I think there are different nuances on it. Some are speaking to I think everyone is speaking to the science and to the effects. Some are speaking to the NDCs and need to ramp up ambition, but others, also those who are more not advocating strengthen NDCs for their own part or in a decision, they're clearly talking to the challenge and needing to develop on further action and ambition, but perhaps through the entry points of technology development so I believe the kind of practical tool that the mitigation work program that we're trying to set up that discusses opportunities and barriers for action, that is something that I believe all parties can relate to and see the value in. So hopefully that's where we go.
Thank you. So we have an audience here, and it's possibility to ask questions to Henrik. Yeah, I see a few.
Hello. So the talks about loss and damages, are they affecting other talks in other rooms? And if so, how?
Well, I think it's influencing all the issues through the priority it's given, and by many groups, it's a primary priority, for example, for AOCs. So it does influence it clearly. In these negotiations, usually everyone wants to. It's hard to get agreement on controversial issues ahead of time because people want to see the overall package, and for G77 and in particular some of the groups under there, this is the first priority. So that means that yes, maybe some of the other issues are seeing less movement because they want to see how this plays out. But there's no particular trade-off that I believe, and I think that's also because of the way the agenda or the issue now is developed, where everybody wants to see an outcome here. It's not like pre-Paris, where this was more of a toxic issue where some countries did not want to see anything on loss and damage as an outcome. So, thank you.
So we have 2 more questions.
Yes, thank you. At the Glasgow Cup rather early on, we saw some positive initiatives presented, like the Global Methane Pledge and Deforestation Initiative and so on. And that kind of, at least it felt from us from the outside, that there was a positive injection to the negotiations as well. Have you seen any of these kind of positive injections or initiatives so far? Because we haven't really heard that much of that.
Yes, I agree that it was probably more dominating in Glasgow than here. What we see here is an emphasis on follow-up and implementation. So many of the same initiatives are being discussed, but now through the lens of follow-up and implementation. For example, on the Forest Leader Declaration, there's a partnership following up, also on methane. Green Shipping Challenge. So it's definitely there, and it is also here enriching the talks. But it's more one of follow-up and implementation, and I would commend the presidency for actually having that entry point, that it's important to talk about the follow-up of initiatives, not always just come with a new set of initiatives that surpasses the older ones, and then you forget about the old ones. But maybe not as many big bangs, but it's still very much part of this COP. Thank you.
We have 1 more question.
Could you please give us some insights on how gender equality is on the negotiation table right now? And I'm really curious, who are the countries that are driving gender equality issues right now?
Yeah, the gender decision was one of the decisions that were not finished. But it was mostly finished. There was a lot of agreement on the follow-up of the Gender Action Plan, and we engaged very actively in that meeting, and I believe there's quite a lot of engagement there. There was a point on finance. That's the sticky points. And it's mostly to do whether one should pinpoint developed countries only, or whether one should point to a broader contributor base. To me, it sounds very solvable. So we hope that we get a good outcome on gender. And for us, and I believe the Nordic countries, the EU, and many others, this is a really important issue that we highlight in many of the rooms, not only in the gender room, but integrating it into all the other issues. Thank you.
So we have maybe 1 more question. Nope. So, but then we would like to thank you so much, Henrik, for taking the time. I know you're super busy, and best of luck in the final days of the negotiations. And from the Nordic side, we are looking forward to a strong result and outcome, because that's what the world needs, and I hope we can achieve that. So with that, I thank you.
Now you have.
Okay. Now, show not black, just to make sure that we're sending like the.
Yeah,
I
kick in that again.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Keep trying. Aktar lite så jag ser.
Går den här någonstans?
Ja, den här... Vart, jag tror att det här kan vara... Ja, den är inkopplad. Nej, den är inte inkopplad. Den är trasig den här. Den är trasig. Can you log in the restream?
I would say. Okay, this might be an issue. We have to use this computer now for this. What do you use this computer for?
BB.
That should still be okay.
You just want us to turn on the different streams.
Because now physically this is connected to coming into here. Physically, the hyperdeck, the web presenter, is sending the stream, like sending a video stream, directly into this computer, and Restream Studio is bringing in that and now doing the restream.
Yeah, but this is just an interface. I guess you can have it in each computer.
No, but this is physically. This is actually, this video is sourcing from this cable here.
Yeah, but I don't see the problem. The logo that you have down there now.
Yeah.
It's just in the it's in the system. So
that part is in the system.
That wouldn't have anything to do with it.
But what I'm saying, the video now is not coming from the web presenter at all. We're not streaming from the web presenter anymore.
Okay, so you're streaming with the computer.
Yes.
All right.
So this is for playback, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that should still be a problem. I mean, MIDI is open in the background here.
Why can't we just unplug it? Because this should be in the user interface.
Yeah, okay.
So if you pull out that and we turn on air again on that one, or
no, because you have to use the studio version of this. It's
not released.
Exactly. It expects that you're using OBS or some other program to add your bugs and your overlays. So now we have to actually use this to do basically that final output. So, all right, we can try it. Hit play on a VB or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's unaffected. Yeah.
But how is it? How do I turn on the different Facebook, LinkedIn, and everything else as
I think now if we log into Restream.
Yeah. Edit destination.
I don't know. I don't know. So what we can do is we can transfer the bug onto your computer if you want to do the streaming from your computer.
No, it doesn't care, but I don't want to know that I can turn on the off. Shall I do it there?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, here. Okay. Just test edit destinations, and go to the bottom of that list somewhere and just see like test YouTube. Just do. Just click it on real quick.
Where did it send it?
I have no idea. I just hit edit. Actually, edit and just get rid of some of like the streaming. Like just delete it. Okay.
We have to see that.
Now go ahead and turn on the test. Because what I want to see is that it turns it on here.
Test YouTube. I guess you have to refresh to see it.
Okay, yeah, see there, it just kicked on. So yeah.
See, let's show me.
So here it actually popped up a little thumbnail.
Okay, it pops up.
So here I can see that it's sending now to this one as well.
Yeah, test.
So,
but then I can do it in this computer. I to take up the stream keys document from Google Drive and have it all here.
Yeah.
Where do I? Okay. No, I
everything else you can do right in front of you. The only thing you're not going to be able to see, and I don't know why, is the video itself.
Yeah.
Which is weird, but
I want to be sure that it works when I.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure someone will start yelling at
Go
you.
in that one and get the list.
Maybe. Yeah, you still have the list there.
But not
Yeah. So if that works better for you, then just use that list.
that is not on.
Yeah, I turned it on.
Oh, you
So turn it on again. Okay, now let's just see. It's trying to connect.
It's just that it says unable to connect because it's the wrong stream.
Yeah. But okay, so you have to go back to the other page, I think. Oh yeah, no, okay, it still did it. It's still updating over here. So you can use this interface if that just feels better. That way you always have it open.
Yeah. But I want to be sure that it's really kicking in when we the next event after 4th. Not this one that is coming now, but then we have YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn.
Yeah. So set them up on that computer and then throw them live, and then you can monitor this here, and we can do it like this.
I can do it. The first thing I do after that live broadcast, I turn on all the three and see if it's work, and they can
exactly
that it work. I'm a little bit.
And are you still able to hit play on your VBs here? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So luckily the audio this thing it sends a specific source. So okay.
So now we should have the it's coming in.
Yeah. Yes. So nothing has changed.
So I have an extra eye on that when we start. When we start the other.
And I'm just kind of thinking out loud now. So the video that's going in here has the audio. So it should send both through this signal here. And we can just test this real quick to make sure we're not doing something else weird. Audio input, web.
All right. Greetings, everyone. Greetings and good afternoon. It is certainly a beautiful afternoon here in Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt. It is so great to see all of these beautiful faces today. My name is Chika Odoa, and I'll be guiding today's conversation. I am very, very excited about this event. This event is all about green and gender equal jobs. How do we ensure that gender equality is at the heart of the green transition? Also, why is it important to make sure that this happens? So these are some of the issues that we're going to explore. I have a lot of questions. I'm sure that you all have questions as well. So we're very fortunate to have a distinguished array of panelists here to help us think through some of these topics. I'd like to introduce them to you. We have Mr. Tadashi Matsumoto, and he is the head of the Sustainable Urban Development Unit at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Then we have Montserrat Mir, and she is a special advisor at the Just Transition Center at the International Trade Union Confederation. Thank you for joining us. We have Emanuela Pozan. She is a senior gender equality and non-discrimination specialist at the ILO. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Emil Kjær. He's the Deputy DG of the Confederation of Danish Industry. And joining us virtually, just here on the screen, we have Emma Holton. She's a feminist activist and gender policy consultant. Can we welcome them all with an applause, please? Excellent. So I would like to kick things off with somewhat of a reflective question, if I may. So my first question to you all is, what draws your interest to this concern? Why are you interested in gender equality as it relates to the green job market? And also, what does green jobs mean to you? How do you interpret green jobs in the first place? So I'm going to challenge the panelists to capture their thoughts in just 2 minutes on this particular question, just 2 minutes. I'm going to start with Mr. Matsumoto. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So I would like to start with this presenting the recent OECD work on green jobs in the local market. In terms of the definition, I like to stress that we have two approaches, one sectoral approach, one task approach. Task approach, we advocate task approach because task approach basically means, you can capture green jobs in all different sectors, meaning not only solar energy sector, but, green jobs can be found in, let's say, education sector, manufacturing sector, and other sectors. That creates a more dynamic transition to the green, to dynamic green transition. And of course, gender thing, I will come back later. But I'll stop.
Why are you interested in this topic particularly?
Well, my particular interest is really to advance the green transition, and then also this needs to happen from the job sector. That's my feeling, and for that we really need to make a real transition in every workforce, meaning genders or different sectors. So to advance green transition, we really need to address job market. That's why I'm interested.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mir.
Interest as a woman and as a trade unionist starts early when I grow in a family with 3 girls and 1 boy, and I was educated in equality. But when you went out, the world was different. And when you go to study, the world is different. And when you take your first job, you are less paid, you are less considerate. And when I start to be trade unionist, one of my goals was to try to reduce this inequality. And of course, as a trade unionists that we advocate for to fight against climate change, we see the green jobs as an opportunity and as a challenge. But at the same time, we see that we are doing the same mistakes like in other revolutions, that the best jobs, even in the green economy, are going to men. And despite the girls that you see outside fighting for climate and the people in the universities, a lot are women. And I must say that the constructors of the Paris Agreement, there is a large number of women. We see that at the table, when it's moment to decide the important policies that have an impact in our lives, the majority are men. And we are here, not only me as a woman, my colleagues, the International Trade Union Confederation, to try to fight against those discriminations. And of course, the green jobs are a good opportunity, but always if they are accompanied by the social dimension, means green jobs must have social protection, must have equal access for men and women, and they must be well paid, because if not, we continue with this discrimination that the jobs that are female are the ones that are less paid, less considered, and less, I don't know, recognized by the society.
I can certainly hear the fire in your voice, so I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
We're going to tap into some of that passion later in the conversation. Thank you for your thoughts. And Pozan?
So thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation on behalf of the International Labour Organization. And for me, I really liked your two questions. The first one, I can tell you that I chose to be in this panel because I think I really like the concept note. You are trying to bring the conversation of just transition and green jobs to a new level, to a different level, that as International Labour Organization we really like, which means to go beyond the traditional understanding of what green jobs are, the traditional sectors that we are considering as green jobs, and in particular to also consider care jobs as green jobs. And so, to your question, what do I mean for green jobs? Green jobs certainly are those jobs that protect the environment, but people are part of the environment, and the well-being of people is extremely important. And therefore, I see this very important connection between green jobs and the care economy, which is what makes us thrive and drive. And it's extremely important that women and men are part of just transition within the all different sectors that just transition is happening. So I hope there will be a chance to elaborate more after.
Absolutely. Yes, people are certainly parts of the environment. Thank you for reminding us that. And Care, let's hear from you. What does green jobs mean to you? And why are you interested in this topic of gender equality?
Yes, I'm interested in this for many reasons, but here I hope you can hear better than I can. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, but I'm representing a lot of companies in Denmark, and we actually believe that we have an immediate need for workers, for labor, in at least in Denmark, but actually also all over Europe and the world. And in Denmark, we have calculated that we need more than 100,000 skilled workers to make the green transition. So if we don't recruit from half of the population, we really have a big problem. And what we see is that what we need actually is job in skilled workers in to build wind farms and to district heating, and there's a lot of technical. It's a technical workforce, which is more minded to men today. So we actually have to make it more interesting for women to take these kind of jobs, and it's actually starting in kindergarten and in public schools and school system to make it more interesting for women to work in these kind of sectors. That's something we are working on with in the DI, and been doing that for a long time. So that's why we actually think it's really important that we recruit from the whole population, not just only half of it, to deal with the green transition. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being here. And let's turn to our virtual panelist. Emma, what about you? Why are you interested in this topic?
Yeah, of course. Can you hear me all right if I speak like this?
Yes, yes. If you can just keep talking, yeah.
Sure, great, perfect. So hi everyone. Like I said, my name is Emma Holton, and I work on feminist economics. And I'm very interested, and I think also some of the things that Emmanuel was saying. And I think that when it comes to the green transition and to gender equality, actually women and natural resources have a shared kind of plight in our current economic system, in that the unpaid care and the value of unused natural resources are similarly devalued in current economic systems, which means that when there is a loss of care in our society and there's a loss of natural resources, we don't register it in the same way as when there's a loss of products, for example, or infrastructure. So I think what really tickles me kind of about the connection between gender equality and the green transition is that there are similar ways that women's labor has been taken for granted, that the resource of women's labor have been taken for granted, that makes them carry some of the burden that the green transition does as well. And I think that I'm also very in agreement with Emmanuel that I think currently the most low status, most badly paid jobs are held by women, and that's care working jobs and kind of jobs that help sustain people. So right now, if we want a sustainable system, we actually need to upvalue not only in our culture, but also monetarily care work jobs, because many more people will need to have jobs about sustaining other people and sustaining our economy and sustaining human lives, basically, because it's something as amazing as an almost climate neutral service. So for men to, so DE, we're talking about getting more women into STEM and into the green transition jobs. I agree with that as well. But I think we also will need to look into a future where many more men will also be working with care work. And we also need to be able to visualize and count the value of care work, just as we need to be able to visualize and count the value of the loss of natural resources. So there are some kind of thematic similarities, but also some kind of future scenarios where gender and status is very relevant to how we solve these problems.
Excellent. Thank you for those points. This is a very good starting point. There's been a lot of talk about transitioning away from the fuel-based economy. And of course, many of us are familiar with fuel-based economies. And moving away from this, of course, is part of the strategy towards trying to solve the climate emergency that we find ourselves in, right? So now we actually just want to find out, if we move away from decarbonizing and moving towards decarbonizing economies, what does this look like? Because of course, moving towards decarbonized economies, it's quite costly, yes? And according to data from the ILO in 2018, we could lose about 6 million jobs as we moved away from fuel-based economies towards decarbonized, more climate-friendly economies. But also, this transition poses so many opportunities, right? According to ILO data, there could be 24 million jobs created. So we want to unpack some of this, and I actually want to talk back to find out from you, Emma, what does this look like? And in this green transition, how can we ensure that women in all their diversity are represented in this transition towards decarbonized economies?
I think there are kind of two feet we need to stand on to answer this question. I think the first part is about women's equal participation in democratic decision making. So how we shape these decisions about how to do it, how to transfer resources from one space to another. Right now, all over the world, women are underrepresented in democratic institutions, but also underrepresented in multilateral and bilateral institutions, in NGO leadership. Almost everywhere these decisions are being made, there are fewer women, and if you count Black and brown women, even fewer, trans women, even fewer. So we have a democratic problem where these decisions are being made in spaces where there are some people who lead very specific types of lives, often shaped by their gender and their race and their locality, often in the global north, which of course impacts the solutions that they're going to see and the solutions they find to be good. So we have a huge democratic issue with women's participation in decision making. The other foot that we're standing on here is women's equal participation and access to resources. So right now, this is also a distributory issue, right? How do we distribute the resources that we have, both in terms of money, but also in natural resources, in food? And right now, women have much less access to land, to money, to equal opportunities in terms of getting and having an income. So I think when we look at those two together, of course, they're kind of like a babushka, they're inside each other and they impact each other. But I think one of the things we need to look at is also what type of jobs do we want to carry our economies? How do we measure what a successful economy is? And that's where I think for many, many years we've had an incredibly consumption and production-based economy that is incredibly based on the production of items and the selling of items, where I think we need to look into much more service-based economies and other things, other types of desires to drive the economy forward. And I think that's where we really need to look at the jobs that women currently have, that there is so much potential there to expand those types of jobs. Because right now, all over the world, women are leading much more sustainable lives than many men are, both because of travel but also because of the sectors they're in. So there's a huge potential there. And then of course, as DE also mentioned, including women more in male-dominated spaces, especially STEM and technology, is a huge part of this, because we're getting solutions right now that are based on specific types of lives, specific classes of people who are blind to often, unfortunately, to the lived experiences of the people not in the room.
Mr. Kara, you mentioned that in your region, you all are trying to bring women into certain sectors. Can you talk more about the strategies, the techniques, and also the language that you're employing to attract women to certain sectors of the labor market?
Yes, I can say a little bit about how we are working in Danish industry and also in Denmark. And I have to say that there are some prerequisites, some conditions that has to be there. And of course, some of them are a good system for kindergartens and stuff, to make sure that you have the prerequisite to actually be able to go to work. it's quite important. And maybe also to mention that in Denmark we have a very flexible system, so it's actually quite easy to hire and fire people. And I think it's a mistake if we conclude that we should be afraid of a change in the working force. In Denmark, we were really big in shipping industry 20-30 years ago. Now we are not that big in the shipping industry, but we're big in wind farming. So I think you have to accept a flexible, or you need a flexible labor market to make sure to make a transition. Otherwise, it would be like tiring up the system. So you need this flexibility. And then, of course, maybe a last point, that when we're talking about solutions, that we have to really, it's a cultural thing also. So you really have to work on this from kindergarten to schools, to make sure that it is for everyone to work with STEM, science, technology, engineering. That you have to. It's for everyone to work with in skilled working force, like plumbers or so you have to work on it in a cultural matter from the youth all the way up, because it's a way of thinking we're talking about here. It's very difficult. That's why it's very difficult. So it's not just a matter of how many women are we in management in a company. It's a much bigger and broader issue.
1, 2, 3. It's definitely holistic. What are some of the cultural hindrances, though, that are still holding you back from achieving this mission?
I think that's a very difficult question to answer, actually, because it's a tradition, it's a way of living for years and generations that we have to deal with in quite a fast matter of time. So it's really difficult, but it's traditions from generations, how we are born and how we are raised, and
Sure.
so yeah.
Sure. I want to turn to Posa and some of these traditions that are still holding us back. Can you elaborate further? And from your view, which regions are making progress in trying to close this gender gap in the green labor market?
Well, I actually think that discrimination in the labor market remains one of the main issues. And for this reason, we see that, including in the Nordic countries, that are the countries certainly that are leading on gender equality, and from where we learn a lot, but you still have a relatively segregated labor market, with women being in some sectors more than others. You have also made massive efforts in having women, like in many other countries in the world, in having more women in STEM. But what is happening is that all those efforts are actually not giving the results and the impact that was expected. And one of the reasons is that we are trying to push women in gaining skills in sectors that are still designed by men and for men. So a lot of young women enter STEM-related sectors. They stay 1, 2, 3 years. First child comes, they don't come back to that sector. It's just too hard to keep up. And that's what and here I would like to connect to what you were saying, the importance of constantly training, retraining, long life learning is certainly what is needed at this point of massive change that is happening. And I want to connect as well back to the care economy, because the care economy is actually a sector that is not going to go through massive changes, because technology is certainly entering the care sector, but only to help where the human being cannot. So for instance, with robots that can lift people, but it's not necessarily going to change the human component that exists. I am not saying, and please do not get me wrong, I'm not saying that we want women to get into the care sector. But it is true that if we look at green jobs in a traditional way, you said it before, the ILO estimated 24 million jobs. But if we look at the care sector, according to the needs of societies, the care sector can generate 300 million jobs. How by 2035, if the right investments are made. And we're talking of a lot of investments. And in any case, climate change is going to push us to make huge investments. So here the point is, what is the fil rouge between gender equality, climate change, the labor market, and just transition? And it is unpaid care work, and it is paid care work. So either we get this connection, link, and we start to push for it. And I'm not just talking about care jobs. We want decent care jobs, because you all know, we have all seen it with COVID-19, that the care sector, 250 million people work in the care sector, the large majority women, heavily impacted by violence and harassment, heavily impacted by the gender pay gap, heavily impacted by discrimination, informal arrangements, occupational health and safety issues. This is not what we want for care jobs. And trust me, if the care sector becomes professionalized, valorized, well-paid, men will also start to come in. And if that happens, we have to make sure that, we don't replicate the same discrimination that happens normally in the global market, in the labor market. So I think this is, it's a matter of opportunities, it's a matter of choices, but we need to avoid having winners and losers in this just transition, which is something that the labor market has gone through before. So we need to learn and to make sure that we don't create new types of discrimination. Thank you.
Mir, I can see you're itching to speak at this point. Let's hear from you.
The same question.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes, what I think that first we need to start to speak about inequalities, because it's the departure point. When we resolve inequalities that in certain areas, regions of the world are terrible, because here in our, let me to say, European bubble, well, we are in Egypt, but when we speak in our European bubble, we say it's necessary to create jobs, green jobs, quality jobs. But we must take into account, and we are here in the MENA regions, we are in a region that women are not allowed to have the property of the land, for example. And there is the case, and let me to explain one case, that a group of women in the region, I don't want to mention the country, received some funds or were elected or selected in a process for a project on green jobs, was in the agriculture sector. When the money arrived in the country, they were not allowed to receive the money. The money was direct, addressed to the husbands of family. They spend the money, and the women, they end in jail. 2 years ago.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't 50 years ago. It's
No,
just 2
no,
years
no,
ago.
no, no.
Okay.
That means in some countries in this region, women are not allowed to have their own life. Means that if they are not allowed, it's very difficult. Also because when we talk about care, there are a large majority in large part of the world that is unpaid care. That is another big problem because traditionally, we talk about tradition, women, mothers, grandmothers are the ones who care. But when we arrive to a certain professionalization, they are bad paid, temporary, especially in the tourist sector, temporary, seasonal, and they don't, each job is to start again. They don't have a continuity, they don't have social protection. And of course, care is important because society, demography shows that all of us, we will need carers. But if carers in 2 years will have a fantastic salary, fantastic working conditions, you will see that this female sector progressively will be a male, not dominated, but more balanced sector. That means it's a question of payment, it's a question, as I say, of recognition, but at the same time, care sector, as you say, there are the possibility to create 300 million, but in a lot of countries, in a lot of parts of the world, carers are low paid, low recognized, they suffer gender-based violence. That is another question because very often they work in the private domain, in a house or with people, they are alone. They don't have collective bargaining or they don't have the opportunity to have social dialogue because in many countries, including mine until some years, they were not recognized as workers. They were not included in the labor law. That means that they don't have the rights, unemployment benefits, maternity leave. They don't have anything of that. Means that we need to make progress. But I think that this COP shows the obstacles that we have because the gender action plan that came as important part of the Paris Agreement, as an important part of the just transition process that includes gender equality, is not making progress for one excuse or another. For money. It's not only about money. I understand that there are some countries that they need, but it's a question of political will because to sit in a table and to negotiate is not expensive. You need political will, the real interest to make progress on these inequalities, but the departure point is to change the inequalities in general. After you can go to reduce the gender inequality and gender pay gap, and after you can go to make progress on women in the best paid sectors like the new energy sectors, the new technologies are the ones that we will love very much to have female domination, but it's not the case at the moment.
You're talking a lot about the care economy in Posan as well. How do we make sure that the care economy is integrated into the green labor market, the green jobs market?
How is integrated? But the first is that if the workers that work in the care sector are recognized as workers, because if they are not recognized as workers and they don't have the capacity to negotiate good working conditions, we will never speak about green jobs because those are not green jobs. To have a green job is a job that is based on reduction of emissions, based on the recycle elements, all that, not use of chemical. But at the moment that you have a person that is not well paid, well recognized, and don't have the possibility to negotiate working conditions, we can never talk about is what we say, the trade unions. We cannot speak about just transition if workers are not at the table. That is what
Absolutely.
we think.
Thank you so much. Mr. Matsumoto, you are an urban planning specialist. From your perspective, how can we close this gap, this gender gap that we're seeing? Certain sectors are obviously skewed, male overrepresentation in certain sectors. How can we actually tackle this from a city planning perspective?
Thanks a lot. So let me start with by showing some numbers from the report I mentioned, job creation and local economic development. subtitle is Going Green. Yeah? So this report again is going to be published next year. So I just like to show few numbers. So the very first thing, as I mentioned, green job is measured not by sector, but by tasks. So this is, first of all, already an important information. Second, by that measure, we found that green jobs are around 17% on average across all the other jobs. Among them, um, 72% of these green task jobs are held by men. Yeah, so 28 by women. So this is our estimate already showing this inequality. Now, green jobs are paid 20% more. Okay, so that's another thing. But now coming to the planning side, I'd like to emphasize that there are significant disparities within the same country about this green job distribution. So this is one of the hints that I like to stress how to address this issue. So I took Sweden as a case. I cannot give an exact number, but as a national average, Sweden has a 27% of green task jobs. So OECD average is 17%, but Sweden is doing well. 27% are green jobs, classified as green jobs. The top regions are Stockholm, 32%. The least regions we found is the Upper Norrland region, which has 21%. So within the same country, you have like more than 10% of difference between the distribution of green jobs. So this is the area that I like to stress. So if we really like to promote green jobs first, very important to advance the top regions, but at the same time we need a different strategy to look at a lagged region and then find a way tailored way how to advance green jobs in that region. In the same way, we can identify the gaps, gender gaps across regions, because you know the number, yeah. So you can identify, as a central government, it's very important to identify which region has the biggest gender gaps in green jobs and find a reason and then address tailored approach. So my answer to your question is really to look at not just average numbers, uh, although statistics are very important and it's very difficult to get a subnational level data, but that's an area that we should really invest and to find a tailored support by regions.
To turn to the audience, but very quickly, Mr. Kayer, he mentioned your region in some of these statistics. Do any of these findings surprise you in any way?
Not really. It's good to have numbers to. So we are talking about facts and not just attitudes, but it's not really that surprising to me, and I think we are talking a little bit on different perspectives, because my perspective is from a Nordic country, Denmark. We have a quite high equality. We have a flexible labor market. We have some good conditions for women to work. So it's the problems are much different where I come from and from my perspective than, of course, some of the perspective you are talking about in the region that we are placed right now. So it's a matter of perspective. But I think you are right on aiming at the gap in the specific regions and try to solve it more specifically.
The most immediate problem in your region that needs to be tackled?
I think we always talk about the Nordic countries as countries that are very equal and that we have equal opportunities as men and women. But it's not when you dive a little bit under, it's not that easy. And we also have, as I mentioned before, a lot of traditions and way of thinking about what kind of work you can have, which is, I believe, something we have to address regarding the green transition, because we actually need women to think broader. One of the things we're working with in the DI is we made some put some money in some campaigning, something we call bus ladies, for to address the issue that women can actually go into more skilled labor force, like electricians, and also try to make it more attractive for women earlier to work with science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So it's not just a man thing. So when we dive under in our regions, we also have issues to address. Absolutely.
Let me now turn to the audience here at this point. Any questions? Please don't be shy. Don't be shy. We have the mic moving around throughout the audience. Okay, we have a question here at the front. Okay, we're waiting for the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You talked a lot about the care industry, but I wondered if there was an opportunity through the transition. I didn't want to steal their sunshine with my question. So I wondered if just transition couldn't be the moment where we could redesign some traditional male jobs. For example, I'm from the building trades, and by the introduction of new techniques, new materials, and new processes to build houses, we could maybe rethink the way that the building industry is seeing itself, to be less of a macho kingdom. And I wondered if that could be one of the challenges that we should address, instead of simply abandoning in those industries.
Does anyone want to go for that? Redesigning the labor market to make sure that women can enter, that they feel comfortable, specifically in building industry, right? The building sector.
Well, I can start. I can start answering. Um, can I? Yes. So one thing that we know about training is that high skilled workers, categorized like high skilled workers, tend to take more trainings and given more learning opportunities. And medium to low skilled workers are not either not willing to take those trainings, or like they are not given the opportunity to train or learn. That's why because green transition is really skill biased transition, you see, meaning that you need to learn something to upskill or reskill. So the opportunities and then also willingness is quite important. And then I wonder if when you say the building sector, if you're talking about like designers and also engineers, they are high skill jobs, exactly. So plumbers and the constructors, we need to really think, if they are given enough opportunities for learn and for, upskill and then being, transferred to a new type of jobs, because the market is also quite large and then also quite stable. in a sense that, there is a dynamic movement like renovation of buildings and so on, but they need skills, right? And in other places, we are discussing how to decarbonizing buildings, and all discussions are around the shortage of skills of green building renovation. But workers are there, but actually they are not equipped with doing a little bit more higher skill job. So this gap has to be bridged.
Emma, I think she had something to say as well, right?
Yeah, I think I want also to touch upon, I think the questioner was also talking a little bit about like the cultural change in different sorts of sectors. And I think there's a really interesting feminist analysis that is about what's called petro-masculinity. The idea that there actually is quite a close relationship between our conception of being a real man and our production systems. So we see actually all over the world, women are more likely to be engaged in climate activism. Women are more likely to be engaged in, for example, caring about whether you sort your trash. Whereas men tend to be more engaged in actually a lot of polluting activities. And I think that certainly, and I really agree with the person asking the question, there is certainly like a really big opportunity for us to also talk about what is the dominant culture in these very male-dominated production sectors, both in building, but you could also talk about technology and production. So I think there's certainly an opportunity now to talk about what role does what type of work you have play for your gender identity. Because often we talk about gender identity in terms of trans people, but also a lot of cis people have a gender identity and express their gender through their work. And I think what we're seeing right now, especially if you look at something like the yellow vests in France, there's also a sense that the green transition comes with a loss of identity because it's no longer possible for you to be engaged in the same sector. And your sector is not only relevant to your income, it's also to who you are. And I think we're really missing something about what is hindering the green transition if we're not also talking about the way we all need to update our identities and update the way we look at ourselves. And when it comes to that, I think some of the people who especially we need to be doing this work with, who need to be understood and seen, and who need to be taken into account, are the people who are losing a lot of identity through loss of a way of living that our economy has been conducive to for a long time, but that is no longer fit for purpose. And that goes both for what's happening in the agricultural sector, in the building sector. A lot of people are losing identity, and a lot of those people are men. And we also need to, in our activism, in our transition, think about that loss of sense of value and a sense of purpose. And I think that especially goes for a lot of men right now who are seeing a transition that essentially says that you are superfluous. We don't need your type of man anymore. And of course are reacting to that. And I think that's a huge cultural shift. We need to talk about how do we do that in a respectful but also transformative way. And I think it's a big hindrance. Culture also matters. I think what's the old saying that culture eats strategy for breakfast? I think culture also eats technology for breakfast. That if we don't have cultural change that mirrors what the change we need in society, then the technology won't help and it won't be used if we're not taking it in and seeing ourselves in it.
Well, as a student of anthropology, I'm very interested in these cultural shifts that you're speaking about. But also, you said something that deserves a follow-up. You said that men are involved in more polluting activities. Can you unpack that a bit further? And I can see that, Emmanuel, you're nodding to that. So I'm going to ask for you to share some insight after Emma's comments on that too.
Yeah, there are different ways. There are both the way that men are living and transporting themselves almost all over the world. Men are more likely to not use collective transport, to travel more for work, especially, of course, in the more high-income parts of the world, but also are more engaged in production work, in producing things, producing new things. And if we're talking about a more sustainable way of living, we will also need to explore reproduction more actively, meaning producing less new things. And I think men are very often engaged in sectors that are, I think we can't deny, are under threat right now. Also, we talk about the care economy. The reason that we're doing that is because a lot of women have jobs that are much less carbon intensive and much less use much fewer resources, so thus are less environmentally heavy. So I think certainly this also has to do with the way that we've, like, for example, in a country like Denmark, even though we are very gender equal in many ways, women have a high labor force participation. We also have an incredibly gender segregated labor market, actually almost the most gender segregated labor market in all of Europe. So if we don't see the gender dynamics of how different sectors are hit by climate change and green transitions, I think we're going to lose a lot of the anger and the frustration that it'll create, because I do think that a lot more men will be looking at updating their ways of working and will be looking at some sectors who might be eliminated altogether than women are.
Anyone like to add on to what she's just said? Yeah.
In some aspects that what you say, because it's true that traditionally men with these stereotypes, they were focused on, for example, on oil and gas industry. The majority are men, on coal, and now we are trying to move those workers from those polluter sectors to new technologies or green jobs or renewable energy. What happens is the majority, the critical mass are men, the ones that have been in jobs that were the responsibles of the situation that we are in this planet, not them, their job. And of course, at the moment that we establish job plans, or the companies or the governments, the first usually to be taken into account to have a new job in the renewables are men's, except that in certain countries there are already certain conditionalities. When companies wants to go to the coal regions, for example, in the countries that are now at the forefront of this transformation, if you present a project in some of these countries, not in all, you need also to take into account the gender lens. Because if not, you will create again a demographic and unequal problem. I will put an example in the coal regions in Spain. To have a project, you present your offer. If you don't present a jobs plan with gender equality, gender balance, to offer the same number of jobs, not only to the miners that they have to lose their job, also the women that they have been working in the industry surrounding the mine, not inside the mine, because they were very few. This is a good opportunity, because there is a conditionality to receive the money of the funds of the green deal, the green funds, or the just transition funds. You need to present a job plan. You need to commit on to create jobs in the region, not only for men, also for women. I think it's a solution.
To maybe repeat myself a little bit, that we shouldn't be too critical, or to make it into a big problem that things are changing. I think we have to think of it as an opportunity and also we have to think that if you dig down pipes in the earth, it doesn't really matter whether it's oil pipes, gas pipes, or hydrogen pipes. You need someone to dig down pipes. And that is actually the problem, at least in the region where I'm from, that we need qualified people to do real work. And it's not a big threat for the labor market, because the demand is there, but we need employees to do the job. And now I'm talking about digging down pipes, just to to maybe a little bit, but the issue is real there. The demand is there, and so don't be too afraid of this transition. Just my point here.
Sorry, can you? Yeah. No, I was actually thinking that from my colleague from the OECD, it's very important, this diagnostic tools where you actually look at the tasks and the gaps in terms of the presence of women and men, and therefore, what can be done to close those gaps. Linking it also to the person in the audience that was asking about construction, and using the term redesigning. In the redesigning and reframing, we definitely need to have women to be part of the design, because that's where innovation comes from, and that's where you can keep identity, as Emma was saying, and this is where you can actually make a business case out of it. Just an example, which I think it was a project paid by one of the Nordic countries in Palestine, in Gaza in particular. We were working with women that were doing some kind of training on designing furniture, because there was a market for furniture. And we're talking on small scale, but the truth is that these women were able to completely shift the mind of the employers and the enterprises, because they saw that women, they were actually saying, well, kitchens needs to be bigger, because for us it's important the kitchen needs to be bigger. So they started to build bigger furniture, etc. So it was an added value that translated also into business. And to connect to what you were saying as well, I think it's very important, the fact that we cannot lose the culture, the dignity element of jobs, because it is true that there are lots of jobs that in the past were considered, very good jobs that now nobody wants to do, and the employers are desperate to find people, even in jobs, even when they give very good opportunities. In my country, for instance, which is Italy, now they cannot find people that want to work in agriculture. Nobody wants to work in agriculture, because you have this idea that it's not a good job. Well, in reality, it's a very dignified job, and it can be also very well paid. So this idea of also rethinking about jobs and providing new dignity to a lot of these jobs, I think it's very important.
Sorry, I think it's important the anticipation, listening you and listening Emma, because if you say we precise workers that we don't have in X sectors, but you decide at the moment that you need, it's better to anticipate and to retrain or to prepare to provide the skills to these workers. Of course, I know the Construction Federation, that is one of our members, is working on that, because now you can have more women in the construction sector, because through the technology, you don't need this physical component only. You need also brain. And that, I think, in that aspect, we are equal. And there are, but what this always, the problem is the lack of anticipation. Means now I need 300 workers on that sector, but I don't find why you don't prepare through the professional schools, through education systems, to prepare those workers when you will need, they will be in the labor market. Also, this segregation of the labor market in certain countries and in certain periods of our history were totally interested, because it was the mentality that women must be at home and not working. Now, hopefully that is changing in parts of the world, but it's necessary anticipation, breaking stereotypes, and also invest in education and skills.
We go back to the audience at this point. There's a question here. Yes.
What can we do to make the agriculture sector more desirable to work in?
I don't think I have the answer. It's a really big question, actually. But I think we have to think, that's one of my main points, actually, that we have to think of, especially with the region where I'm from, that we don't look down on real jobs. That is really, it's a necessity for the development, for the green transition, that we have people that are working in real jobs, also in agriculture. it's not something we should look down to. In Denmark, there's a little tendency to that we all have to be academics and we all have to be very well educated, which we have to, but we also need real workers, and that is something that we have to talk about. It's not also with our kids. That is actually you can make a really good life in all kind of sectors, in construction, in agriculture, etc. But that is a Danish perspective, of course, or Nordic.
Just to clarify your question, did you mean making it attractive for the entire gender spectrum or just in general? The gender spectrum, okay. Because I would like to emphasize that in some regions, for example, my region in West Africa, women dominate agriculture. So let's keep that in mind. It looks very different across the world. Yeah.
In regions, as you say, women dominate agriculture, but we have a big problem here. There is a huge number of informality in the, and that is not attractive for a young woman that wants to have a career. If because it's an informal sector, you will not have social protection, you will not have the possibility to develop a career, even if you like. I will put an example. We have an affiliated in India that is Siwa that tries to organize informal workers, especially in the agriculture and in the mining industry. What they have done is, Siwa have done is to use the renewable energies, means to receive through projects funds from donors to build renewables in the agriculture sector to use to make more affordable, easy, efficient the work in the agriculture sector for women. And that is an experience that they have. And this organization gathers 1 million workers in India. Means if 1 million workers in India, women, SIBA is the name of the association, can do that, why not to expand the idea around the world?
That's very interesting. We have time for one more. Emma, yes, sorry. Emma, go ahead.
In terms of making agricultural work more attractive, I think like the lack of attractiveness in agriculture and the informality that is so heavily connected to agriculture, even in a rich country like Denmark, there's a lot of issues with informal workers in agriculture, is also something that's happened coherently with a lack of respect and intensification for food, that we spend much less money on food, a much smaller percentage of our income on food. We have become incredibly used to food being very, very cheap. It is created in very intensive processes. So I think about making agriculture more attractive is also about the revaluing of food systems, and that right now in many agricultural production processes, there is a disconnection with the land that makes it oftentimes a somewhat painful place to be, because even the people who have been in it for a long time, they're saying we're doing things too fast. We're not doing it with consideration for nature and the animals and the resources that we're using, because the pressure to produce is so intense, also because there is such a loss of food, like there's so much food is being wasted. So I think there's a big connection between the revaluing of food systems and the food that we eat, and the revaluing of the people who produce the food, because it seems to me that culturally those two devaluations have happened at the same time.
Very interesting. So reconnecting with the land. Thank you so much for that. We have time for one more question from the audience before we round up here. Yes.
All right. Thanks so much for the presentation to our panelists. I'm Sherman Mustafa. I'm from Africa, Liberia. And in Liberia, it's one of the most difficult things to see more women going to agricultural sector. We're not able to feed ourselves. Most of our rice, our staple food in Liberia is rice. Our rice come from India. Our rice come from in China. This movement will have already crisis in Liberia. It's a more difficult thing. So what can we do as a country to involve in agricultural sector, to encourage more women or more men to go agricultural sector, so that to minimize the food crisis in Liberia? Thank you ever so much.
From the Nordic region? Who wants to tackle that one? Pretty much how to bring in and value local food systems in West Africa is what he's referring to. So valuing the local food chain, the value chain locally. Any observations, suggestions for the gentleman?
About agriculture, we need to differentiate between what is the artisanal, small productions that we need to give them value, especially the ecological agriculture, and there are the big producers that needs to be more regulated because very often they extract a lot, but they don't return to the society or to the workers or to the villages the, the money that they are winning. Means that I think we will need to differentiate in the sector these two variants: the local producers that they respect the land, and the others that they extract the land all that they can, and after they go to another country.
Now, I would like to ask for closing reflections. If I can just go down the line here, what is the one solution that you would like to see implemented in your region when it comes to considering gender equality in this green transition? Going to start with you, Mr. Kayer.
I don't think there is one answer, but I think, first of all, don't be afraid of the green transition. It's an opportunity as much as a threat. We have seen it in Denmark many years now that we have cities working in fishery, going into wind industry, going to hydrogen industry. Don't be afraid of it. And regarding equality, I think it's a big in Denmark. Companies has a big opportunity, but also a big task here to make it attractive in all kinds of working sectors, to make it attractive for women and men, for that case, to work in the different sectors. So don't go into a building construction and in a male culture with naked ladies on the walls. Stop doing that. Make it attractive for both genders. And then I think that we also need some courage for companies to actually not just talking about it, but also doing concrete initiatives to make it more attractive. And here you have to work with your cultural and your bias. So, and maybe a fourth thing is to actually think of this as a long. It's not something you can fix in a short term. That you think of it as a cultural and you have to work with traditions and cultural bias, and think of it as a journey to something different. And it's something we all have a responsibility to work with. Yeah.
Not be afraid to embark on the journey. Thank you for that challenge. And Emma, please.
Shortly, I think, yeah, like was just said, it's a multi-factor issue. But I think for me, we need to have new assessments of what we consider to be successful economics. I think we've touched upon it a little bit with the care work, but we have a huge issue with something like GDP, I feel, which is a useful number for some things, but also there is a lot of value that's constantly created in our society that is not being captured by that. And right now we need to look at what are ways that we can increase people's standard of living, value of life, no matter their gender, without it being necessarily dependent on an increased use of products or necessarily an increased income. For some people, their income needs to rise, but for others, maybe they could do with less. And I think looking at what do we perceive to be a valuable, meaningful, dignified life and working life, and how do we achieve that also means measuring new things and asking ourselves, what does a good life for a regular middle class person look like in 25 years? And I still think when it comes to questions like that, it's difficult not to get, like it was just said, bogged down by fear of what such life could look like. But I think that's really what we need to have something to strive towards, and also be excited about the opportunities that these transitions can give to our lives. I think for many, many people, the green transition will mean an extreme betterment of their conditions. And I think also that yeah, there's a lot of value already that's not being counted, that if we saw that clearly, we would see that we are rich in ways that we don't even yet quite grasp.
Thank you so much. And Emanuela, the number one solution, the most immediate solution that you think needs to be implemented?
I think we really need to make sure that we understand just transition in not in a narrow way, but in a much broader way. And I agree with colleagues when they say that we shouldn't be afraid. Uh, there is a potential for amazing innovation, but it needs to go in the right direction, and the journey needs to be gender responsive and gender transformative. It has to be based on rights, on social protection, on dignity, on decent work for everyone. So I think this is the challenge that we have. Hoping that we can meet the 1.5 degree raise.
I share what my colleague says, that we need to always put on the table what is really just transition. Is a reduction of emissions, is a transformational phenomena, but we must not forget what is around the just transition, that is people. People, not only business, not only reduction of emissions, because planet without people will not work. Also. But I must say that one of my first solutions will be to achieve, or at minimum to reduce, the gender pay gap, because that continues being a big problem. And during the pandemic, and maybe if we have another catastrophe, I don't want to be catastrophic, but we will see, the majority of the workers that they lose their job were women, because when you confront the option that you must care someone, usually is the one who have less income, and that usually are women. But one solution, reduce the gender pay gap.
Mr. Matsumoto?
Sure. Yeah. So we need to do two things. One is broadening employment in green task jobs. Green task job exists in every sector, not only what we call green sector, but we need to look at every sector. And as I mentioned today, my key message is really, the solution should be local. So the place-based approach is really important. And this place-based approach, we didn't discuss anything about the role of local government today, but I think it's quite important that, not only national or international, but the local government should play a role on that. So that's my 2 cents.
So much. Well, a round of applause to our esteemed panelists. This was amazing. I hope that this was as insightful for you all as it was for me. That was incredible. Well, the conversation continues tomorrow. I have this flyer here, Why Gender is Key to the Green Transition. It's happening tomorrow, so please try to make time, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This event has come to an end. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome, everyone, today to the Nordic Pavilion. Today's session, Mind the Gap, Gender Equality, Female Entrepreneurship, and the Green Transition. Thank you all for joining us today. We have a very exciting session ahead of us. Today, we're going to attempt to answer a difficult question. Can we achieve the Sustainable Development Goals without gender equality and promoting female entrepreneurship? Can we have a green transition at all? Difficult questions, but we have highly qualified people to help us answer them today. So we'll hear exciting perspectives from two exceptional female entrepreneurs from the Baltic region. We'll hear about a project in the Gambia which is empowering women through renewable energy and society as a whole. And we'll also return to the Nordic region and receive some perspectives on the gender balance in the Nordic energy sector. But to kick us off today, we're pleased and honored to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Svandís Svavarsdóttir, Icelandic Minister for Food, Agriculture and Fisheries. Please.
Hello. That was too much. No, that was okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first say thank you for inviting me to the Nordic Pavilion at COP27 and to do this opening speech for the session, this very important session, Mind the Gap, Gender Equality, Female Entrepreneurship and the Green Transition. I have been involved in politics over the last 20 years. I have served as a Minister for the Environment, as a Minister of Health through COVID, and currently as Minister of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries, as you already mentioned. I have always put the issues of gender in the forefront because every issue is a gender issue. In 2019, I'm so very proud to tell you that the Icelandic Parliament then agreed my proposal for a new legislation on gender, which is the most liberal in the world on very important parts of that. I am sorry to say that we have recently experienced setbacks all around the world concerning the rights of women to control their own bodies, which is the most important thing. The Nordic countries are viewed as forerunners on gender equality and women's labor force participation. In fact, Iceland has been the most gender country in the world for more than a decade, according to recent studies from World Economic Forum Gender Gap Report. Over the years, the gender gap in education has been closing in most developed economies. The employment and wage gaps for women are also narrowing, though there is still a way to go. However, there are far fewer women than men starting businesses in the Nordic countries, and women play a major role in only 5% of the Nordic energy companies. Thus, the gender gap in entrepreneurship and in the energy sector prevails. To achieve gender equality and empower, and empower all girls in goal number 5 in the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, we must surely do better. Thus, to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, we must include everyone, regardless of background and regardless of gender. Statistics on gender balance in the energy sector in the Nordic countries, however, implies that we have not been able to reach the levels we want. As entrepreneurship is considered one of the key drivers for economic growth, The rise of female entrepreneurship could play an important role for economic growth and development. Lack of equality and diversity in the innovation and energy ecosystem is a missed opportunity for value creation and green transition for us all. Through cross-border cooperation, we raise awareness of these barriers, concerned with lack of equality, and can identify opportunities and resources. It is important every time and everywhere to discuss and communicate knowledge and sharing of best practices to strengthen the work within gender equality in all aspects. I look forward to get insights from the speakers here and panelists about the knowledge they have acquired after many years in the field. Good luck with the discussion, and thank you again for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those words. You've highlighted some very jarring and serious issues which need to be addressed urgently. And moving from Iceland, we're very pleased to welcome two exceptional female entrepreneurs to the stage, Miss Heidi Solba and Miss Anna Greta Sakna, please. Thank you for joining us. So, Heidi Solba, you are the founder, president, and head of the global network at Let's Do It World, an NGO advocating for a clean and healthy waste-free planet. Now, Heidi's goal was to establish a worldwide active network mobilizing millions of people around the world to, in World Cleanup Day, to clean up plastic waste for the goal of a cleaner planet. Very noble work. And Ms. Anna Greta Sakna is CEO of Timbetter, a forestry technology company that uses artificial intelligence and machine learning to make the forestry sector more sustainable. Fascinating work. Could you please tell us a little more about your organization, starting with you, Heidi?
Thank you so much for the invitation. Indeed, Let's Do It World is a global organization which is including 164 countries around the world, with the leaders and with the teams to work for the waste-free world. All these teams and leaders are working as a huge social movement around the world, and one of the biggest events what we are holding is a World Cleanup Day. Our aim is to raise awareness and make the change and social shift in societies, but also to boost and catalyze the cross-sectoral cooperation after being in cleanups. So our target is to engage 5% of the Earth's population, or even 2.5% of the Earth's population, because it's a proven this kind of point where the change in societies will start. In those countries where we managed to bring together 14% even of the societies have been boosting a really big change towards a green economy and circular economy. So this kind of change we are working and looking for the Let's Do It World and World Cleanup Day. We have been witnessed quite a many organizations in our teams in the local level who have working today with the governments, but also with the media. And in this moment when they have been engaging critical mass of the people, it will be enough topics about the environment in the societies. This is exactly what we are looking for the World Cleanup Day. But beyond the World Cleanup Day, we are also working with multiple green projects, for example, with educational systems in Africa, but also with waste management platforms and activities, for example, in South America. And this is mainly about organization. And most important now, of course, we are working that this organization and World Cleanup Day will be also part of United Nations calendar, because in this way we can have a stronger impact in the world, because we have to work together. That's why we have this huge event here to boost the cooperation between different kinds of organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Now, you've highlighted an enormous array of activities that you're involved in. We'd also like to know how you got started in all of this.
So actually, it started from Estonia. This movement in 2008, when our people in Estonia saw a lot of waste, which was in this beaches, in the river banks, and also in the forest. So we had an idea to bring together our communities in Estonia, and we engaged 5% of the population. And Estonia since then have been transformed. But what happened that other people actually in the world saw this kind of transformation and said, listen, we have also waste in Brazil, in Ukraine, in many countries. And they asked from us, can we actually follow the same model? Until 2014, each country made this kind of cleanups. But in 2015, we had an idea. Instead of having one country, one day cleanup, we're supposed to have one world, one day cleanup. And I might have to say that's the most bold idea in worldwide level, the biggest campaign in the world, by the way, which is engaging millions in just one day and starting like a green wave around the world from Fiji and ending in Hawaii. So with 5 work cleanup days, we have been engaged 75 million people from 191 countries and 191 countries also this year. And our main task is to hold this energy and initiative going on in the inside the Let's Do It world, to holding and inspiring the leaders, build up the teams, but also opening their doors in local level, for example, to other organizations, also to the government, also to the media, is really important. Otherwise, we are cleaning up forever, but we have to make the social shift. Then we have to cooperate in cross-sectoral level in each country.
That's an incredible mobilization that you've achieved there. Unbelievable. Now, Anna-Greta, please tell us about Timbetter and tell us about your journey in female entrepreneurship.
Yeah. So thank you very much for being here. Timbetter is digitally transforming the forestry sector by making it more sustainable, efficient, and transparent. And 8 years ago, I must admit, I didn't know anything about the timber sector. I was working for the largest IT company in the region. And then one day I was invited to a hackathon, which was specially designated for females with the goal to have more female participants. And then I heard about this problem for the first time, that the timber sector heavily relies on the manual measurements, the data is on paper, and I was actually very much intrigued because I couldn't understand that how this kind of sector operates in medieval ages, basically. And of course, I kind of understood that this is a problem that needs to be fixed as a very pragmatic female approach. And I think the success of our team was actually that it was a very diverse team. So only one person was actually from the forestry sector, but everybody else was having a very different background. And currently we solve the problem across the world. So we have clients from Japan to Chile to Brazil, and everybody is seeking for more sustainable, efficient, and transparent forest management. And I think the journey has been very challenging, that's for sure. But if we talk about what needs to be changed or how we achieve the sustainable development goals, then definitely we need to support more female founders. We need to support more green tech companies. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we give like extra support. We just need to provide, for example, equal opportunities for female and male founders. And even there's a statistics goes that each and every euro that has been invested into female founders brings twice as back money as from male founders. Still, we see that all of the VCs' money, less than 10% goes to female founders.
Anna-Greta, what can we do to attract more female entrepreneurs to get involved in the kinds of initiatives that you are doing?
Well, being a CEO of the technology company, what we always see is never a question really about the technology itself, but it's all about the mindset. And I think the mindset here for supporting more female entrepreneurs is there, but you also need to have action behind that. And of course, role models play a really big part here. So the more we have female politicians, CEOs, founders, the more we have girls who take them as a role model. But as well, we have to give the equal opportunities to get more financing to the companies that are started by the female founders. And here, I think how these topics come together, the gender equality and the sustainability, is that when the VCs are founding the companies, they female.
Think we can attract more women entrepreneurs?
Well, I can say in behalf of the Let's Do It world, because working 24/7 with this network, which is global in 164 countries, but also in 7 years, I have to say that we have quite many male leaders in our network, much more than the female leaders, which is quite interesting if you talk about the NGO. But at the same time, I think that we are providing or giving this kind of sense to all our organization, mixing different kind of cultures, seeing so many people from around the world, and working together is also expanding the understanding of working together in an equal way. And I think the most important, if you talk about the Let's Do It world, when we're working with the work cleanup and multiple green projects, then definitely we are empowering women's entrepreneurship in local level. Because with our organization, we can definitely open the door for different kind of organizations, but also authorities, which is so relevant and so important in some countries, that female leadership is absolutely strong. And we are exploring and showing it to the world, but also in these countries too. I'm really happy to say that quite many of our organizations who are working in national level have been growing the strongest environmental organization in their country, and they are led by the female leaders.
It's really excellent to hear stories like this. The scale and also the innovation that's happening in this space is really inspiring. Thank you both. And please stay with us on the stage, and we invite a third speaker moving from the Baltic region to the Gambia. We're now going to hear from Mr. Malang Sambu Mane. He is the chairman of Mbolo Association in the Gambia. And he's been involved in several initiatives that seek to empower women through renewable energy related projects. And Malang, you found that these projects have not only benefited the women themselves, but also society as a whole. We're very eager to learn more about this. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Malang Sambu from the Gambia. I think it is quite impressive to come to the COP and had a very good chance to be with you people to explain to you how Mbolo comes about. Mbolo Association in Wolof, that's the common language that we speak in Gambia. It means unity. The whole story begins when I migrated from the Gambia and I went to Spain. I was able to go to university, good quality education, and I decided to come back home. So from there, the journey begins. And the story begins because at home, when I was young, all my uncles have been to school, but my mother, no. So like her, there are many other movements like that. So this is why I decided to work for women education.
Now, can you tell us some of the perspectives from the women that you work with? What have they said about this initiative? What are their stories in terms of its benefits?
Well, we choose that the women can decide what they want to do because the cultural barrier is one of the thing. The other thing is the religion, and then how they had the influence in the house because of the workload. Women work a lot, and then when it comes to the educational side, um, they had it very difficult to study, and with that, the marks did not come. For instance, when they sit to the exams, they can't get a good cut of mark to go to higher education. So for that, the center started, which is called Fandema, and that it allows them to come. They decide what they want to do. So instead of doing the normal household load, they decided doing male-dominated areas such as renewable energy. So in this, we include the women in the energy transition. So for that, all our center becomes a modeling center, which is running 24 hours with renewable energy built and then maintained by the women.
Really interesting to hear. I understand that you have a video to show us today. Could we get that up on the screen?
So right now we're in Tangier on the smiling coast of Africa. The fishermen just came from a long night at sea, so they stay all night fishing and they come back in the morning for this amazing market.
Well, here in Tangier is one of the best places you can have fish at a very cheap price. But we've seen what these people do here at sea. Now we have to get a little bit serious with exploring our next project called Mbolo. Let's see what this association is doing in the lives of people here in this community.
Welcome to Fandema. I'm here to give opportunities to young girls, empowering women through renewable energy.
Renewable energy is energy that can be reused, and it's so important to me because in Africa we have a lot of sunlight. So if we have solar panels, it can help us a lot to generate more energy.
One of the most fascinating things about this place is that the entire facility is powered by solar and wind energy that was built by the students here.
They have so much energy that they in fact store some and give to the outside community as well.
How amazing is that?
I mean, what's even more interesting is that the trainers are so inspiring, and it's easy for the students to quickly learn and grasp things.
The knowledge that I'm having, I'm really transforming it to them. So I'm there to be their role model, because anytime they feel like I cannot do it, I tell them, Fatunjai can do it, all of you can do it, because I'm a lady like you.
It's clear to me that Fandema is at the forefront of education. I've never seen a place like this, such a space to empower women in this situation, but just to empower young people, an education that is sustainable and that promotes human values.
I'm really grateful to Mbolo for this opportunity that they have given us to empower us as women, because some of the men do say that this is not a job for women, but we don't mind. As far as we want to empower women and we like the job, so we will really do it.
I can imagine how fulfilling it is for these young women to make it to this point in their lives when they actually thought it was never going to be possible for them and their families, and now they get this opportunity to be able to study and do what they want without paying a cost. It's important because renewable energy is the way forward, and these women need all the mechanized approaches to be able to do what they want to do best for their community as a whole.
Here out on the field, we can already see that all the women who come out of the Fandema project are doing practical work. They're helping the local communities by bringing solar power here to a market. And also, they installed a cooling system in there to help the ladies be able to sell their products for a longer period of time so it doesn't get bad. This is just fantastic to see. Now, Mamuda.
Yes, we will be going to Mamuda. So we'll see how these women are really using this opportunity that was given to them at the Fundem project site in their own respective communities. Here in Mamuda, we have a multi-solar platform that is at a very strategic location. It connects two communities that are 9 and 7 kilometers away from accessing electricity. What's even more interesting about this project is that the community gets electric tricycles. These tricycles do not emit gas, and at the same time, they help these communities to have their goods transported into the multi-solar platform where they get stored in the refrigerators and as well get their phones charged and their other electric needs.
Really fantastic to see. And it's easy to see the impact when women are included in renewable energy projects. Now we're going to go from the Gambia back to the Nordic region. And what about equality in the Nordic energy sector? Now, the Nordic countries are often ranked among the most gender equal in the world, but the reality is more complex. And to dig into this issue, we invite our next round of panelists, Ms. Astrid Bratteli from Nordic Energy Research, our own organization, Ms. Martha Rusten, DNV, welcome to the stage, and Ms. Selva Skov-Høie from Aker Horizons. Now, Astrid joins us from Nordic Energy Research, which is an organization under the Nordic Council of Ministers, which arranges this pavilion. And I understand that you work on sustainable development, renewable energy, and biodiversity, among other things. Marta is a consultant within biodiversity management and energy systems at DNV, which is a major risk and assurance management company with thousands of employees. And Selma is the sustainability director of Aker Horizons, a company that develops green energy and industry to accelerate the transition to net zero. So an excellent panel here today. Now, I think to kick us off, we need to get the facts straight. We need some statistics, and I understand that you have them, Astrid.
Is this working? Yes. Well, we need just like a small portion of statistics to start the conversation. If we can get the first slide. We had a study last year, which is gender equality in the Nordic energy sector, and I brought 4 slides, very like a crash course into the statistics. I will try to do it in 1 minute, so go ahead. Okay, so the report is here, and this is trying to get an overview of the gender balance in the Nordic energy sector. So we have 3 different sectors. It's the energy companies, and then it's academia, and then the authorities. Thank you for the applause. So in the energy companies, we can see that 16% of CEOs are women, and 16% of board chairpersons are women. In general, there's a low representation in top positions for women. And then so the women leadership score is 24%, which is not that high. And only 5% of energy companies had a majority of women, like more than 50% in leading position, which means that 95% of companies have more than 50% men in the leading positions. So that's not such a good score, I think. Okay, we move on to the academics. The research groups tend to have a bit more women, but not that many. In the university departments, however, it's 12% female department leaders, 88% male department leaders, and then 19% female professors, 81% male professors. I'm reading the number because it's hard to see on the screen. Okay, and then the next sector is the authorities. So these are like departments and ministries and funding agencies. We can see here that 73% of leaders are men, But every single authority state that they have policies trying to make this better and to improve the gender equality. However, from 2017 to 2019, there was no positive development in the gender balance. It stayed identical. So that was just a very quick crash course. So just want to add that the background for this study is we sent out lots of different surveys, and we sent out this to all the three sectors. We got a reply from, like, for example, from the energy companies. We reached out to 630 companies and only got a reply from 94. So I would probably assume that some of the ones who have replied probably have a quite okay gender statistics. So I'm suspecting that the numbers are actually worse than what we see, because you would probably want to I'm guessing that the ones who have the balance a bit better would probably be more interested in replying. So just to say, like, an average thing, it doesn't represent 100%.
These
Yeah.
statistics, they paint a rather bleak picture. But I also have heard that you're coordinating something called the Nordic Energy Equality Network. Could you tell us what that is?
Of course I can. So we call it NEEN, Nordic Energy Equality Network. This is a Nordic umbrella for everyone who thinks that gender balance in the energy sector is a good thing. So we have conferences, we have different workshops in the group, and then we have a list of female experts within the energy sector, which you can, if you feel like a woman or if you're a woman and you work in the energy sector, you're free to add your name to this list.
Well, it sounds like an initiative that's making a difference and working to solve some of these systemic imbalances.
Well, we
So,
hope.
very
Yeah,
good that
we
you're
hope
on the
that
case. Now, the report that you referenced here also states that most energy-oriented companies in the Nordics already have gender and equality pay policies. But I'm curious to hear what the situation is today in Aker Horizons, Selma.
On our equal pay policies. Yeah. So I mean, generally, Aker Horizons is doing a little bit better than what's being projected here. We have 34% women employees compared to the average, which is 28. We also have 40% female directors in the board, which is in Norway a requirement. So I think that also pulls up the average a bit. And when it comes to the pay gap, we still have potential to improve, but that's really related to something that's quite, I would say, endemic in all of the energy sector, that although you have women employed, you don't necessarily have them employed in decision-making positions that also tend to pay better. So again, coming back to the whole issue of, gender inclusion in the energy sector, it's about, one, hiring women, but also, allowing women to take leadership positions and to get that decision-making power and the accompanying salary, which was your question.
I think that's very true. Like, there are lots of women in the energy sector. They're just not in power positions, or, well, they're not visible.
Now, what would some of the desirable outcomes be in elevating more women to more powerful positions?
More power to us. No? Somebody want to?
Open question to the panel. So if we elevate more women to more powerful positions in the corporate world, what would some of the positive outcomes be?
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. So there is So studies and experience show that female qualities are linked to better sustainability performance, for instance. So female tend to be more drawn to do good. They are more risk averse. They they account better for non-financial risks, for instance, than male. And it's also shown that companies that have energy companies that have a high diversity at the board level, they have a higher ESG rating when you have control for many different co-variables. So it could be good for sustainability, I think.
So, better female representation, higher ESG rating. What are some of the benefits of a higher ESG rating for a company?
More access. Whoa, more access to finance. Honestly, it's you'll see that more and more, and this is becoming increasingly part of legislation. But even now, you'll have ESG centered funds that are more willing to provide lower cost capital to companies that are performing on ESG metrics.
So, access to finance.
Attraction of employees as well, I think. Yeah.
Access to finance and more human capital sound like very desirable benefits for any company. I'm curious if you have any other thoughts on why female representation is desirable and why we need more of it.
I mean, so gender equality is related to climate change in some quite complex ways. So one of them being that women and girls are more struck by the effects of climate change due to a variety of reasons when it comes to existing structures in society, being more responsible for managing food, being more responsible for managing homes, etc. And in light of that, and just more generally, lack of gender equality, it's so important that we make sure that the green transition is inclusive to women. Meaning, on one hand, and as was mentioned by Malang, when it comes to being on the sort of receiving end of energy, having access to energy, but simultaneously being part of actually driving that transition and making sure that it happens. And that could be, as highlighted here in the Gambia, with smaller scale, locally anchored projects, or it could be, as is the case more for what we're talking about now, larger listed energy companies in the Nordics, where there's still issues of gender representation.
So, Marta, could I ask you, generally, how can improved diversity affect progress towards our societal green goals?
Of course, increased diversity opens a wider range of lived experiences to draw on, to find creative solutions that we need to solve the big problems that or challenges that we are now having in front of us. And I think it's only possible to solve the combined nature and climate crisis if we need to have all communities engaged, and also everyone has to be given the opportunity to participate in order to succeed with that.
Yeah, I think the one with participation is very important because, well, we have conferences in the NEED network, and we struggle very much to find male panelists or male speakers. Usually, when I call people from Nordic Energy Research, I say, "Hi, this is Astrid. We have a conference next month. It's about energy. Do you want to join?" Yes. And then they say yes immediately. And then they ask about what kind of theme is this? Like, oh, it's about gender equality. And then you can sometimes, especially if I ask them like face to face, I can see like some sort of like the meme, the calculation, like equality network, pointy hats, Wicca boards, plans to extinguish men. Like there, sometimes I can have a feeling that they get very like freaking out and thinking this might not be an issue for me. But that's a struggle as well. I think if we are to include everyone, I think we should be aware that this is a problem and also a solution that involves absolutely everyone and that everyone gains on. So it would be cool to get support from all groups.
I think that's an important point. Just to highlight that it's, it benefits everyone in the sense that for companies, as you were saying, if you only utilize half of the talent pool available, you don't get the best people. So expanding that to double and actually considering hiring women makes you so much better off. It drives innovation in the organization. On a societal level, I mean, having women in employment is one of the main drivers of economic wealth in Norway, amongst others. Yes, we have oil, but the high share of women in employment is really one of the main drivers of the society that we have today. And more broadly, gender equality is something that contributes to sustainable development and realizing the sustainable development goal of gender equality. So it's not really, yeah, it shouldn't be as you're describing. It should be recognized that this is central to everything we want to achieve.
Not to like shame men, we do the same as well. Every time, like we have this female expert list. I think we have 74 female experts from the different sectors within energy. And every time I try to recruit women, like, oh, hello, you're an expert. Very good. Do you want to join our list? Like the standard answer is, oh, it's a very good initiative, but I'm not really an expert. I've only worked with this for like 25 years and I only have a PhD in this. And okay, yes, I got the Nobel Peace Prize, but that was like an accident. I'm not an expert. So we should encourage ourselves to just see that, oh, maybe I am an expert since I've worked with this for 25 years and have a PhD and Nobel Peace Prize. We should encourage each other.
And also just get very concrete structures in place. I'm a big supporter of having quoted gender representation in boards because it helps actually accelerating a shift that we see happening other places, but just incredibly slowly. And the same thing with hiring procedures. If you set KPIs for gender representation at every stage of the hiring process, you contribute to actually removing some of that unconscious bias and also encouraging people who wouldn't necessarily see themselves as fit for certain positions to actually apply to that position.
After, would you like to add anything?
Would you agree?
And companies' commitment to diversity, inclusion, and equity, for instance, is both an ethical and a business choice. And in DNV, we try to do this part of everyday business because we think that it will be important for us to deliver on our purpose to safeguard life, property, and environment in the future. So it's important for capacity building in our company.
So I'm going to ask a yes or no question here, and I'd like to hear each of your answers. Can we achieve the Sustainable Development Goals without improved diversity in the energy and environment sector? Can we have a green transition without serious improvements?
We cannot reach the SDGs because the equality part is is very much part of that. So question to that is no. And I think, as we have been discussing, it's important to have all good ideas on board to solve the energy transition challenges.
I would, of course, also say no. We couldn't achieve the Sustainable Development Goals without gender equality, and not only because gender equality is a part of the SDGs, but also because having everyone involved and creating equal opportunity is such a central part of everything else. Sustainable cities, responsible consumption and production. It goes into a lot of these aspects, not only when it comes to tackling climate change.
Say yes. No. I'm saying no as well. I mean, let's try at least. I haven't found a single study that says as soon as the percentage of women is more than 50% in the board, the whole fabric goes up in fire and everything. There's nothing. I don't think we are risking so much with including women. I think we're actually losing a lot by not actively including absolutely everyone.
It sounds like diversity brings diversification, and diversification mitigates risk. It sounds to me like not including women is a very risky move.
Yes.
All right. Do we have time for an audience question?
I have a question to you that we received during the NEAN conference from what must have been the only man present at the conference. He was asking, what can I, as a man, as a male colleague, do to include women and to encourage them to apply for jobs? And what is the answer? I don't know. What about you, Martin? You work in energy?
I would answer that having a board full of men sounds like a really bad idea, and a lot of stale ideas being repeated over and over again that aren't getting the job done. I think maybe something could be done to add a little bit more of diversity of perspective so that we can have better decisions being made in corporate boardrooms. And a clear way to do that, in my view, is to diversify the views that are represented in those boardrooms by introducing female perspectives. So if there are no audience questions, I think we'll wrap it up there. Thank you so much. Oh, we've got one. Do we have a microphone?
Okay, good evening. My name is Suleiman Bodang from the Gambia. Okay, my question is, there is a huge gap between men and women in terms of position. Are you kidding me? I said there is a huge gap between men and women in terms of management position. What do you think is the reason? Is it that there is more men educated than there is more educated men than women, or what?
Why does this gender gap exist?
Yes, it's on. So there's a concept called homophily, which is not the same as a Norwegian. It means the tendency to favor people like yourself, which is, I think, something everyone is prone to. If you're a white male who's 60 years old, you'll be more likely to think that someone who's like yourself is will be good at whatever job you're doing. And I think when you've had historically a much stronger dominance of men on the labor market and in power positions especially, then that will tend to exacerbate itself until we start doing something about it. And it's not out of sort of wanting to do anything bad, it's just human nature. And that's one of the reasons I think as soon as you start getting women into certain positions, then you've already come quite a long way in creating role models and in also having people in positions to select their own successors that might see things a little bit differently.
Martha, Astrid, would you like to add anything?
No, I very much agree to that. And we also have a more diverse or gender equality at the workplace. You will kind of change the culture a bit, and it will be more attractive also for both to work there.
I think it has to do with I can do it as well. Like the fact that the standard answer is, oh, I'm not really an expert, really sort of freaks out most people. Because if we believed in ourselves and thought that, yeah, let's share each other up and try to like encourage each other to maybe apply for a CEO position, it would probably be easier. If 98 of 100 applications are from not women, then it's not that easy to pick a woman.
Does that answer your question, sir? Very good. Very good. Well, I think we'll wrap it up here. It's been a real pleasure learning about these issues and hearing your experiences and your insights. Thank you so much, Martha Rusten. Thank you, Selma Skov-Herje. Thank you, Astrid Bratteli. And thank you to all of our other panelists and speakers today. It's been a great session.
Hello, good evening. Nice to meet you all. I'm Helen from Estonia, Environmental Investment Center. And today we are talking with youth because we thought that we need more hope and empowering just this youth activity. And I have also panelists here and somebody from the state side as well. But to start, we actually have one Estonian who had to fly away. But as we see, young people are very adaptive and creative. So we created a video with her. So she wanted to say some introductory words to you all. So first video is going to be on the screen.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm this year's Youth Climate Delegate from Estonia, and I'm working with the Youth Council of Estonia Ministry of Environment. My call to action started when I started learning more about climate policies and politics in general. I learned really quickly that the people in power right now are not taking any action and responsibility regarding the climate crisis. When we look at different countries' politics, it is clear that we need climate activists to bring focus on the climate crisis. In Estonia, our youth is included in governance both on government and local levels. We have a lot of NGOs, a lot of youth organizations, and a lot of youth environmental organizations. We also have a very strong Fridays for Future community in Estonia, who, for example, sued our oil shale company's new development. On a positive note, Estonian youth has been very involved with different environmental movements, such as World Cleanup Day, as seen before, and, for example, a green tech innovation competition called the Negawatt. We are the generation that is the most affected by climate change, which means we should also have the most say in this. So we're very eager to work with policies and politicians to make a change in the world. I am very, very inspired by all of the young activists and youth delegates I've seen here at COP. Everyone is doing the most they can in their home country, being active, participating in politics, and of course pressuring the people in power. When I get back to Estonia, I'm very excited to share all of my thoughts and good ideas that I've gathered here at COP so we can strengthen our green network in Estonia and bring all the youth together. I really hope that today's panel will bring together both the Nordic and Baltic countries so we can work together as one and tackle the climate change. Good luck to all of you.
So those were the words from Hannah. And I'm really grateful, first of all, that you all came here. And I thought, let's start a little bit indigenous way, that each of you introduce yourselves and themselves and also give a story, like what's the trigger event or awakening for you to act as climate youth?
Okay, so I will start. My name is Matilde. I'm the youth delegate of Norway. And I got engaged. I've been a climate activist for a long time. I got engaged when I was 14. And I think the reason is my parents are very conscious, and we also learned about climate change and so on in school. And I thought it was really terrible. But when you're a kid, you don't really understand what can I do about it, right? And I thought this must be a problem because we don't have a solution, right? This is a crisis and this is terrible, but the politicians don't know what to do. And so I remember like laying in bed at night trying to like figure out, okay, how can we organize society differently, right? What can the solutions be? And I tried to invent like these kind of trains where you don't need cars and stuff like this, right? But then when I turned 13, 14, my grandmother actually paid for membership in a youth organization, climate organization in Norway for all of her grandkids. And I was like, okay, what is this? And that was when it hit me that the solutions exist, but we just don't implement them. We just don't use them. So it's not a question of inventing some new kind of transport system. It's just a question of actually doing what we know should be done. And that's when I also understood that I could have a role in this. You know, it's not just that you have politicians making decisions and that's their job. You know, everyone should be involved and everyone should have a role and voice their opinions and so on. So I got that kind of revelation quite early, but I also remember the like aha moments very clearly. And I think my story on this also says a little bit about the intergenerational aspect of the climate movement, and how also like parents and grandparents and everyone have a role in building the understanding and building the capacity as well, showing that this is how democracy works, and you can be a part of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Axel.
So I'm Axel Eriksson from Sweden, and I am one of 2 Swedish youth delegates for climate. But I would say that I have basically, for as long as I remembered, cared about animals and nature in general. I've had a quite large sympathy and considered animals worthy of the same kind of good treatment as we give other humans. And therefore I have, for the longest while, tried to live sustainably in my own life and made sure to minimize my negative impact on the environment in general. But then a couple of years ago, maybe 2018, 2019, I started thinking that um, making changes to my own life is not sufficient anymore, because the climate crisis and other environmental crises are urgent and need more forceful action than just a few individuals here and there making small changes to their lives. Um, so I think it was in 2020 when I started joining a lot of environmental organizations at once and just trying to find where can I have the most impact. And since then, I've been engaged in quite a lot of different initiatives. Um, Among them, this one where I'm part of the Swedish delegation to UNFCCC, but I've also been working on biodiversity through the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, since I consider the climate crisis as intertwined with also the biodiversity crisis, human rights crisis, and other, fundamental crisis that our world is facing right now. So that's my reasons for being here.
Thank you. Anette.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Tabitja. I'm from Latvia, and I'm the Latvian delegate to the United Nations. So I consider myself more as like a diplomat and representative of Latvian youth. And I would not necessarily define myself as a climate activist, because I don't feel like I have earned that title, because to some extent I've always felt like, when you're a youth activist or activist in general, it's something that others tell you that you are, as a gratitude of what you've done and what you've accomplished. But of course, climate has been one of the topical issues that we have been concentrating on during my mandate as the UN Youth Delegate of Latvia. And if I had to give a personal anecdote of how I became aware of the climate change and in general how serious and anxious, like anxiety-inducing the issue is the same like the story that it starts in the family. Of course, my family is very involved in the forestry industry in Latvia, and the Nordic countries, and especially Latvia and the Baltic countries, we often define forest as our green gold, as a resource. And I guess I just had like a bone to pick with that, because yes, of course, we have to make the best use of renewable resources, and we have to take care of our economies and our people, but at the same time we have to do it mindfully to the climate, to not exaggerate it even further and go into a further doom than we already are. So we just have to keep mindful, and that's something that I've learned during my studies actually in France and being in Western Europe, to kind of look at it a little bit differently and not only see forests as a resource but as a solution to the climate crisis.
Thank you. Axel.
Hello, everybody. Oh, this is loud. Nice to be here today, talking with my fellow delegates and panelists. So, my name is Akseli Rouvari. I am the Finnish Youth Climate Delegate, and I started my position this year and will continue to next year. So, when I think about my journey, how I became an activist and how I became an influencer in my country, I remember we also talked lots of politics in my house when I was a young kid, and I loved watching political cartoons because we have those in Finland. Basically, we had this series called Itsevaltiat, which is a cartoon about what's happening in politics in the Parliament of Finland. And it was like, I don't know, I remember laughing so much with my dad watching it. And through that, when you see the politicians as cartoons, and then you see the same people in television, in debates, and discussing different themes, you also get involved in that. So that's kind of how I started watching politics. And I was very fond of politics, very into it. And one thing which was the most important to me was climate change. I remember being in elementary school for like 10 years or 10-year-old, and I was so anxious, and I felt so alone, being afraid of what the future holds, and hearing all these stories that what's happening and what's going to happen for the world. And I think that the most anxious anxiety became because I felt that I was alone. So that's one of the things which brings me optimism today, that the youth of today don't have to be alone, since there's a community. There's a climate change movement which is getting bigger and bigger. So I think that's very important. So through that, I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to influence. And that's why I have been always active in society. I have done it through different roles. I have been a musician and also done some acting. So I think those have been ways to also make a difference in the society and talk about the themes that's important to me. And through my activism, I went into student politics, and I've been very involved with the Finnish student movement, working there full-time for 2 years, and also within the University of Helsinki community and the university community in Finland. So those have been my most important teams I have worked with. And especially energy policy has been very important for me, science-based solutions, technology, and the financial issues regarding climate change. My goal has been to build bridges between different people from different perspectives, backgrounds, and also different generations. Because the polarization of the society and people being in bubbles and people not discussing with each other is one of the the worst things to happen to our society, and basically also the climate movement, because we need to pull the same rope and go to the same direction together. So I have been wanting to build bridges, make some changes to pragmatism and also optimism and encouraging others. That's also always been important for me, to encouraging people that everyone can make a change and everyone has the possibility to make a change, and we can do it together. You don't have to be alone. So those are one of my main themes. Nice to be here.
Nice to meet you, actually, and thank you. I also gonna give my phone to Kadi.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kadi. I'm the head of climate department at the Estonian Ministry of Environment. I think it would be quite a stretch to say I'm a climate youth. But however, I really echo with what the global youth is standing for in climate issues and what you're saying. And for me, the switch was where I had already started working. So it's way more recent than for you. And I feel like the difference is that maybe my generation, if I may say that we're from different generations, we have grown into this problem, whereas you were born with this problem already existing. Whereas it's not actually true. I mean, we knew in the 60s that the problem existed, but it was just not in the picture when I was growing up and when I was in school. So I think that might be the difference. But I think we have a lot of points in common, and that we can still stand for the same cause. And I think from how you actually explained what you're doing, bringing out the difference between activism and being a diplomat, I think we're moving in the right direction. You don't have to be an activist. It's no more the only solution for youth to kind of talk along and express your opinions on climate. You can actually have a more defined role and to stand for your opinions on that topic. So that's a good news, I guess.
Thank you. So to be clear, Kadi, no worries, age is just a number, but today we got new knowledge that 25 years is this maximum age range for climate youth. But who is in the heart young, this is forever young. So let's continue with this governance thing that maybe you describe what's going on in your country as Hanna described previously, and maybe that could also give inspiration to other and interesting to know.
Oh, sorry. I think civil society is very strong in Norway, and I would also say that youth involvement or youth engagement is very strong. Although it has hit. It was difficult during COVID, and we still feel the effects of that when all of the activism on all of the things that organizations wanted to do, to have summer camps and to even just like join for physical meetings when you weren't allowed to do that. It was very difficult to get people on board and to engage, because how can you like inspire a 14-year-old to sit on Zoom, right? It's not very fun. But now we're back on track. Now society is open again, and hopefully we can inspire more young people to actually take a part of the movement and see. And when you meet people, I think an important part of activism is also the social part, getting, like you touched upon, feeling like you're not alone, and feeling like you're part of something bigger, and that your contribution matters. So I hope now that society is open again, that we can make that everything you get back as well as individual, I think, to make that more clear to everyone. Yeah. So it's difficult to describe how the situation is in a country in very shortly, but I think civil society is strong, and I think one of the things in Norway is that we are very organized and structured, and here at COP as well, civil society that's here are very. We have daily meetings and coordination, and we know about each other, and I think there's always a balance between having like kind of top-down coordination or having structure, and having the grassroots, just spontaneous activism, right? So I think that's a balance you always have to be aware of, because we want to encourage people to just do whatever, do. Activism can be anything, really. It can be making a movie, it can be watching a movie, it can be standing with posters and screaming, but it can also be so much else. So I kind of also disagree with you that you're not a climate activist, because I think we have to redefine what a climate activist is. You don't need to get a lot of media attention or whatever. You can have a lot of different roles in the movement. So but to find the balance between like bottom down grassroots engagement, but also trying to channel that engagement into something productive that goes the same direction and that has an actual concrete output. That balance is something we're always working on, I think.
Sweden, I would say that the situation might be a bit similar. We have quite a strong civil society, and young people in particular are usually quite engaged in climate issues and other environmental issues. And I would also say that youth in Sweden usually consider the connections between, for example, human rights and climate, and also acknowledge the fact that Sweden, as a relatively rich country, has built a lot of its welfare upon historical emissions, which the Swedish civil society point out that Sweden should take responsibility for in international settings. So that's a common demand and a common awareness that we as people, young people living in Sweden, need to consider that not everywhere else in the world has this level of welfare and these historical emissions. So that awareness is quite strong. And also, I would say that in recent years, when I've become more engaged, I've noticed how connected the young civil society in Sweden is, where people from a lot of different youth organizations kind of don't really belong to any one organization, but rather are part of multiple organizations and work together, so that it's hard to identify someone as belonging to, for example, the Swedish Young Civil Society, a particular organization, but rather as a activist in general.
I think it's a little bit ironic that my delegation just walked out before we got to the, solutions and good examples part. I think that's very important to keep in mind that like youth activism and involvement is not only tokenistic, but not to sound redundant, but it really is true, and we need to keep that in mind. So I would say that's what different in the Baltics than maybe in the Nordics. And also the civil society activism part. I can't say that we have a very strong civil society because, yes, we saw young people going out in the streets when Greta started her global movement, and there was this push and there was this encouragement and this sense of belonging and community that we can also go out in the streets and say that we're feeling anxious. But at the same time, it has kind of died down in Latvia, unfortunately, or maybe we have started finding like more pragmatic things to work with within organizations, within institutions. That's what I would like to hope that the activism has turned to, instead of just going out in the streets, to actually working with organizations and working with the government. But I think we can only see the result and whether it really is that in a couple of years maybe. And if not, then I just hope that young people can go out in the streets again and just like say that they have more ambitious goals now. And we want that 1.5 goal, not the 2.0 goal. And yeah, so that's something that maybe is a bit sad and pessimistic in the Baltics, that there is a little bit of apathy when it comes to like screaming out loud. But I hope that it's because it has been substituted by pragmatic solutions. The good thing, maybe, not to only talk about the bad things, is that more young people are involved in parties. So that's their way, joining the youth chapters of parties, to actually directly get involved and talk to their politicians and create policies within the party structures. And I think that's something that is very needed for the Baltics, to go away from the stigma that politics is something that's very dirty or far away from you, and that you can directly make your opinion heard within party structures.
Yeah, there's a saying in Finland that Finland is the promised land of different NGOs and associations. And basically, if there isn't an association for something, usually you have to build it yourself. So that's what's done quite a lot. For example, in the University of Helsinki community, there's over 250 student organizations. So there's everything. So there's usually a place for you to have some kind of influence. And basically, that's one of the strong points, how the civil society is seen and how students and young people are seen in society. But and also, I think one of the strongest things is that the hierarchies are very low. You can see the president using public transport alone. You can see the president shopping in some local shopping malls. So that those are some good things in Finland. That it's also seen through that it's very easy to meet politicians, easy to meet ministers, easy to meet parliament members, and usually they want to listen to the youth. So those are some good things. But the point that that Annette raised about tokenism is very important for us. That's what we've been talking a lot this year as youth delegates, because this term youth washing is basically seen in communities in Finland and also internationally quite often, that young people are there, but when the decisions are made, young people don't have the opportunity to sit in those tables. Basically, young people are there just to pose for some pictures and maybe tell what we think, but the politicians will be, yeah, that's important. But then they go on and make the real decisions without listening to the youth. So that's been something we've been advocating for, that we need really important and really meaningful youth involvement everywhere. And for example, there's been some examples of us youth being invited to discuss to some panels, for example, hosted by some companies or NGOs. And we've learned after the panel that the other panelists who have been adults and experts have been getting paid for the panel, but the youth haven't. So those are some of the problems we are trying to solve, that youth are treated as equal experts in different matters, and that we really get our voice heard. So that is one of the problems, and also how to involve people from different backgrounds. Usually the most active people tend to be people from quite similar backgrounds. We are usually highly educated. We come from big cities. We have our life in order. We have communities. We have help. But then there are people coming from everywhere in Finland, from rural areas, coming from communities which are not so known, coming from having no community at all, and people who are in vulnerable positions. So those are the people we need to involve more, and that's what we are trying to solve. As we are representing the whole Finnish youth in our positions. So we are trying to think, how can we really get all of the people involved? So it is not always the same people. How can we give a voice to those people whose voice is the most vulnerable in our community? So that's an important theme we've been working with. But one thing I also like about Finnish society, I believe we are quite pragmatic, open to dialogue. Of course, there's polarization, but there's been some good examples that the best argument wins point of view still works. Since, for example, Finnish climate movement, Finnish Green Party, who have been very opposed to nuclear energy, for example, have been able to change their position when facts have spoken. So I think that's important to always remember, to be able to change your opinion, to be able to listen to others. And yeah, that's what we are aiming towards.
Thank you. Very interesting universe, actually. And actually, Hanna also described the Estonian way. I would say it's a little bit more Anette's description, actually. And I think we both can learn from each other in that term, that we need also systematic part, but also this holistic bohemian part. And maybe from Kadi, what do you think? What could be those solutions to overcome those communication barriers or different languages? And as this polarization has also geopolitical problems now escalating, what could we do to get those bridges between youth and older one? What your ideas?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing right now is on a global level, we're starting to listen to the youth, only starting though. But what is interesting when you start to listen to the youth is that globally their views are not so different, whereas the states are struggling to find compromises between themselves. So maybe that's the uniting factor that could kind of help us move forward faster. And I think this shows a kind of an aspect or an angle to climate justice as well, to the just transition that we talk about that much, is that yes, there is a just transition about phasing out fossil fuels to make sure that those people find new jobs, new economic sectors. But there's another layer to it, which is a generational justice, to make sure that the wealth and the well-being we have today is not at the expense of tomorrow, right? And I think here it's super important to include youth in our decisions on a local, on a country level, and globally. What we did recently, we have one region in Estonia that produces most of our energy, fossil energy. So we created a just transition plan for this region. And one part of this process to make this plan was to bring together climate youth from this region, and they made their own proposals for this transition plan. And of course, they have a way longer vision to it, actually. It's not the same. They're going to think about the economy in 30, 50 years, whereas the people today are going to think about much more shorter term things, and both have to be considered, actually. So I think we can be complementary in a way that we can overcome our differences by integrating different generations in the discussion, and also integrate different time perspectives in the discussions that we have.
Yeah, this just transition is also another huge subject, and you can talk about it actually on and on between sectors and different countries and between generations. Yeah. Now I'm going to use this honor to have this forum right now and put on the video number 2 to show you how many ways actually this youth involvement has, and just as a proof of concept, but maybe for others. So I hope this video also shows kind of healthy ways to create impact and move on towards better future. And as I also asked from Hannah, all those emotions here and takeaways and sad moments, obviously also, what you take here from the COP and what is this possibility or bending reality, what you want to see when you go back home to end our panel.
So I think one of the most inspiring things from being here is to see how there's so many people who really, really care about this and who have found money to go here and to spend lots of valuable days and weeks here. So I think that's very inspiring, and I think one of the things we have to bring back home as well is to be able to mobilize even more people into the climate movement. And mobilize, as you said, Lexi, mobilize more different people as well, because it's really important to communicate and to make people really understand that you don't need to be a typical activist, or you don't need to be shouting in the streets, and you don't need to be like, I don't know, talking to politicians if that's not what you're comfortable with. There's so many so many tasks that are needed in the climate movement, and there is place for all kind of different people. So I think that's one of the things I bring with me. And then how like impressions from being here, I think it's most of all very frustrating, to be honest, because you see there's so many people who want to do so much and want to change the world, but then in the actual meeting rooms, from a lot of the countries, you see very, first of all, to be honest, very boring statements, very like plain, just reading something from a screen. And you don't really like, where's the engagement, right? We're trying to save the world. Where's the right? And also in the actual positions, I don't think or obviously we know that the science tells us that the goals and plans we have made now are not sufficient. They will make as Antonio Guterres said, we are on the road to climate hell, so it's what we're doing so far is obviously not enough, so we have to do a lot more, and I don't really see that enough of that engagement in the actual decisions that are being made here. So there's a lot of frustration, but also a lot of motivation to bring this engagement back home, because a lot of the solutions are not necessarily being drafted here, but we can bring the ideas and the connections and the impressions that we get here back home, and make sure that we get climate solutions on every level, like locally, in your own family, in your own life, but also nationally and regionally and so on. So some frustration. I hope that we get more done this coming week, and more action, and seeing more countries actually responding in a suitable way to the science. Anyways, how this next week will go, I will work for that at home as well.
When I go back to Sweden, I would like to see the centering of people rather than numbers in this debate. So climate change and other environmental crises are not about just tallying some numbers on a sheet of paper, but rather about the people who are affected. They all carry individual stories, and I think that really needs to be brought into the debate when we speak about why is it important to act on climate change? Why is it important to act on pollution and biodiversity loss? And that is what I would like to see more in the debate in my country. The second point is unity. Uniting, whether you're from the private sector or from the government or from civil society, behind the common goal of securing a future and a present in which people, no matter who they are, can live good lives, free from the worry that their children might not grow up in a safe world, that their friends might not currently live in a safe world. So that's what I hope for.
I think 2 points from me on the conclusion. So firstly, I would like to say that awareness is still very important. It's still very important to raise awareness about the problem, because many don't even understand the scale of the crisis that we're in. And we have to use direct language and we have to use emotions to do that. For example, like being here in COP, one of the most emotional moments was hearing the statistic that 14% more women and children die in the African continent from the negative causes of climate change than men die. Climate crisis is killing us. And we just need to keep raising that awareness. And secondly, for the solutions part, I think it would be so important to deconstruct our own images and expectations of what we think an energy expert looks like, an environmental law expert looks like. They can be young women. Include those young women in discussions, in the solutions and drafting of laws. And if we look for different people to be involved in these solutions, maybe they can be better, the solutions themselves. So
yeah, some really good points raised here. I totally agree. I've been saying that I think that this COP27 is a 2-week undergraduate degree in international diplomacy and climate policy, and it really feels like that. So much to gain from this. But I think that the situation is dire at the moment. 1.5 degrees is all but lost, and it frustrates me that I don't really believe that we are acting accordingly to that. I don't really believe that we are doing things as that situation would need us to do. But at the same time, we need optimism and we need hope, because hope leads to action and action leads to hope. It's the most worst scenario we can have is that we fall out of hope, that we fall into depression, that we can't act and the goal is lost. We need to have the hope. We need to have some belief in the future, and I believe we can create that together here at the moment. And the matter of fact that the 1.5 degrees is lost basically should lead to more hope and more action and more, I don't know, more hope, but more action and more direct responses to that. Because the worst scenario is that when we realize that 1.5 degrees is lost, we just tell each other that okay, then it's 2 degrees, because it shouldn't go like that. Every tenth of that goal leads to thousands of dead, thousands of destruction, loss of hope, loss of life for so many people. So we need to act to mitigate everything in that we can. And I think the message I want to bring forward to all of people in here and all of people in my country is that this is not rocket science. This is it seems like a big thing to be in the COP27, to be in the big negotiation tables, but we're all humans after all. We all have a contribution to make. We all can make a difference, and we all should make a difference. And we need to unite more people to understand it matters, build those bridges, because we need everyone in these processes to have a difference. Yeah, so I'll be taking lots of these ideas with me at home, lots of network, lots of inspiration, lots of ideas. And one concrete idea I will take to Finland is I discussed with Hannah about the system which you have in Estonia, that there are youth councils in every ministry, basically. So youth are mandated to have a view to the Estonian politics in every ministry. So that's something we've been struggling with in Finland. How can we get the ministries more involved? And we have been thinking a bit of the same kind of structures to have an environmental and climate youth council in our ministry. But I think that's a very good idea to have it in every ministry, so youth can be involved in every matter better than today. So yeah, that's one concrete thing.
Thank you, Akseli. Sorry. Well, I think we're going to finish now. And I also wanted to give also one expectation for the next year, maybe we should have youth climate agreement between different nations, because actually you really resonate with certain pattern, and you, as Kadi mentioned, you're all so much in the same page. So probably when we could get those pillars, what you are expecting and where are you most worried of, that would be good input for policymakers, I believe. Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna move on with the next panel actually, and we have a small clip as well. Heidi, you can come as well. Where is our third panelist? Okay, networking.
Always working.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it here. Well. Hello. So let's continue in more adult company, but still with mobilizing the youth. And as introduction, we have also actually a clip to show and to start as intro, and then we're gonna continue. So video number 3, please.
The 17th of September 2022 marked the 5th anniversary of the World Cleanup Day. World Cleanup Day is the largest one-day environmental action that took place in 191 countries worldwide with the mission to create a waste-free world. With the backdrop of conflicts, global crisis, and environmental disasters, World Cleanup Day demonstrates strength and solidarity towards our environment and each other. Our mission is caring for the future of the Earth. This year's World Cleanup Day broke all records.
We have more than 300 brigades at the same time.
Wow, that is incredible. 1 or 2 million people turning out in one day.
They are waiting today for 1 more million.
So we're talking about 2 million people.
Now working in Ukraine, 24 region, 1,200 locations, and 25,000 people today cleaning our country.
Our global communities have united at full speed in the post-pandemic era. Millions of people came together in Africa, Asia, Europe, America, and Oceania. We saw record engagement in many countries worldwide.
I think it's the biggest cleanup in Mozambique history.
Of course.
Of course it is.
Take this opportunity to share immense gratitude with all of the individuals, organizations, and governments around the world who came together to clean up our planet. World Cleanup Day creates a large-scale impact on all continents. For a real societal shift, we must engage at least 5% of the world's population. Every day could be World Cleanup Day, but the biggest change happens when we come together. So be part of the next World Cleanup Day. Don't miss it, and we'll see you on the 16th of September, 2023.
So, the same round actually. Who are you? What's your story with this environmental involvement, the social movement? This word is really ambitious, but yes.
Thank you. I'm Heidi. I'm working and serving the Let's Do It World Network, but also working as a president of the organization. And I'm really lucky person because I can see the world how it is on perspective of different kind of cultures and really great leaders around the world who are tackling this kind of environmental challenges. My journey started 2015 in this organization when my task was to establish this network and to start to work for the first cleanup day, which we had in 2018. Now we had, with 5 work cleanup days, engaged 75 million people in just one single day, and this year in 190 countries. We are working in all those countries where their young people came. So Talkasiela from Latvia, Holsbergerent from Sweden, and there are quite many big environmental organizations who are taking part of the World Cleanup Day. Why we are doing it? We are not cleanup ladies and gentlemen. No, we want to have the social shift in societies. We want to change. But you talked about awareness. This is exactly what we are doing. We are raising awareness, and we do know that people are not changing if they are just reading something or hearing something. We are engaging. We are not talking. We are doing. That's why we are Let's Do It World. So we're engaging all the people as much as possible, magical 5%, what we are talking, in order to have the strong social shift. And then we are catalyzing cross-sectoral cooperation, because cleanup is not the solution and we cannot work in silos.
you. So what's your story with World Cleanup Day?
So yes, my name is Nao Takeuchi. I'm a waste management specialist working for UN Habitat. And we've been, under UN Habitat, we have two prominent waste management programs. One is called Waste Wise Cities program, which was launched by our executive director in 2018, with a strong focus on the awareness raising as a call for action to the global waste challenges at the moment. So I can give you a little bit of numbers about the magnitude of the waste management problems at the moment in the world. So according to our estimate, about 2 billion tons, 2.4 billion tons of municipal solid waste was generated in 2018, and of which only almost 45% was uncollected and managed in uncontrolled facilities, becoming a source of pollution or GHG emissions. So this is a really massive challenge at the moment, although that the people are not really aware of. People think about like the transport or energy when it comes to the climate change. However, 8 to 10% of the methane and greenhouse gas emission is expected to be coming from a waste sector or open dump sites by 2025. So it's very, very, for us, important to convey key messages to the world that the waste management, proper waste management, financing proper waste management in your cities is very, very important, especially both for the plastic pollution and also climate change aspect. So we've been engaging with this World Cleanup Day, promoting World Cleanup Day as a really great platform for awareness raising for the people, especially the awareness on the importance of the proper waste management. And therefore, we have this under the Waste Wise Cities, and also another platform called African Clean Cities Platform, which is more like action-oriented and tangible projects-focused platform. Both are city network of more than 500 cities. So basically, using those platforms, we are promoting the World Cleanup Day with the cities, and then calling for actions to join the World Cleanup Day. And then this year we had an assembly for the African Clean Cities Platform. We had almost like 200 people joining the assembly for all over Africa. And then we also promoted the World Cleanup Day together, having Heidi to speak about the importance of World Cleanup Day. And then I think some of the members also joined the World Cleanup Day to really make an impact. I think in Homa Bay City in Kenya was really great. Impact was demonstrated. I think it was featured in the local newspaper and so on. So yeah, UN Habitat under the two programs, we are really thinking that the World Cleanup Day is a great platform for raising awareness for the importance of the waste management, both having an impact on the climate change and also the plastic pollution.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the question, and welcome for all of you to Egypt. My name is Ahmed Fathi, and I'm run YLE Foundation, and also I'm the country coordinator for Let's Do It World in Egypt since 2017. We are doing many and many cleanup campaigns, not just in September, but all over the year. We start this 2016. I was capture a video for one bird in Red Sea, and I found this bird feed its juvenile with a plastic. So we start to make a cleanup campaign in Red Sea. Then we get in contact with World Cleanup Day and be part of it since 2017. In this 5 years, we have thousands of volunteers have joined us. We have worked in World Cleanup Day in every place in Egypt, from Red Sea, from Mediterranean, from the Nile River, from the lakes. Everywhere we have our colleagues. And we try also to share the knowledge with our partners from civil society, from private sector, from government, to be engaged with the circle of the World Cleanup Day. This year we have had a very good and successful World Cleanup Day. Some of our colleagues did the cleanup campaign in Alexandria and Mediterranean. Others did here in South Sinai in Dahab, diving and to collect the garbage. And we did a cleanup campaign in Cairo in the Nile River. We did it in Aswan in the starting point of Nile in Egypt. And we keep it, as we say always, we don't solve the issue of the plastic when we make a cleanup campaign, but we change the behavior. Everyone catch like a plastic bottle from the Nile or from some place. We always targeting youth to be part of us. We also targeting the parliamentarian people to be with us to have advocacy for more laws. We have worked at 2019 for from 2016 to 2019 to ban single-use plastic from Red Sea, up till the governor take a decision to ban single-use plastic from the governorate of Red Sea 2019. Then we have campaigned to the Nile for beating plastic pollution. And we have go to the parliament and we invite the member of the parliament to join us. And by 2021, we have a law for ban single-use plastic, and the responsibility from the producer from the beginning. He has the responsibility for his product. And this law have started working this year. Many of the most pollution companies have make a coalition between themselves to collect the plastic, to collect the garbage from the everywhere, and to come every year to say how many tons of they have produced and how many of this have been recycled. And we follow that. We are working in following, mapping, and also capturing for the pictures, for the video, to know who is doing what. And this is some of the story. This is a part of the story. And for sure, we will have more and more in the next question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm curious about the youth involvement actually, and also the differences between cultures and countries. Are they different? And maybe Heidi, you as this person behind those scenes all over the continents, how are youth involved? What are differences?
Well, in a cultural level, definitely is a difference. But I think that the young people around the world, as much as have been seen, in today's context where we have really great social media and all these messages are flying around the world, they're really similar, in my opinion. And you are saying yes as well. So I think that the young people nowadays are quite worried about the situation, but also we in Let's Do It World definitely do know that. And we are working with the communities, but also with the young people, but also with the Fridays for Future we are working with, and many young organizations in different countries. It's not a question that they can make and create the cleanups and any kind of green initiatives, but also being part of Let's Do It World, which is by the network the biggest in the world, and by Event Work Cleanup is also really big. They can create a really big social shift and go to real action and engage the people and other young people so they can lead the change in reality. And not just mentioning the cleanup itself, but there is a lot of green initiatives. So currently we're working in Africa, for example, with educational project in Namibia, which is a pilot, with 50 schools to promote and to work with the teachers and the schools by giving environmental education and doing different kinds of activities in the schools. This project is really successful, so we are escalating it also across other parts of Africa. So there are so many different kind of ways how to work with Let's Do It World, or how we are working with the young people. And I think it's really important to engage. And there will be no change in the world if we are not talking to each other or listening to each other, but not just talking, but finding the ways how we can actually make the change happen. Thank you.
So yeah. Yes. So yeah, youth involvement is very, very important component to make the waste management better at the city levels. And I would like to share some of the examples of the projects that UN Habitat engaged in. And then before going there, we have to also be aware that especially in the lower to middle income countries, the youth groups and then community-based organizations are often involved in this informal waste collection and recycling activities. So there's some like a little bit of a just transition element is really coming in here. So this is quite an interesting thing to think about, how those like connecting the north and in south, the youth networks in this sphere is a very interesting point to be really think about. So UN Habitat actually, in one of the slums in Nairobi, where UN Habitat's headquarters is hosted, we supported one of the CBOs, community-based organizations and youth groups who are engaged in cleaning the area or collecting the waste from households. And then they were bringing it to the summer area where they are dumping them, waiting for the secondary collection to happen from the municipal government. So, but they found that actually really, it's not really attracting lots of rodents and sickness and mosquitoes. Is becoming a very dangerous spot in a way. And then that also really increased the crime rate over there. So those CBOs, we supported the CBOs, and then they cleaned up this area and turning it into recreational center. And then they started expanding their activities into urban farming using the composting and so on. So that one, as a result, the crime rate around that area decreased 80%. The safety, the awareness of the perception of a perceived safety around that area was also increased dramatically. And then also this initiative that started from the cleaning up your neighbor actually started generating some income for those people. And then those are the people who is informally collecting the waste and recycling the waste. So how we, this movement of a World Cleanup Day can really support the just transition of the informal waste and recycling sector, how we can really support each other for those justice to be made through the communication between the North and the South is a very interesting idea to explore, I think. And then I also would like to share another project that UN Habitat supported. So we worked with the youth engaged in the cleaning activities in a small town called Kisii in Kenya. And we basically supported this youth by providing the plastic recycling equipment as well as a training. And then after this project ended, the one of the youth really excelled, and then he came up with this idea of a new line of products using the recycled plastics, using the traditional weaving technique in Kenya. So then now he's really like selling those nice recycled plastic products through online shop all around the world. And then his income really drastically increased. So like we also have to think about that the any world cleanup activities or waste management or collection and recycling also has got like impact on the mitigation of the climate change and also adaptation of climate change, because the uncollected waste basically clogs all the urban drainage, and then that really increases the risk of the flooding. So the cleaning really improves that, contribute the mitigation and adaptation of the climate change. However, when it comes to this youth involvement in those activities, we should really note and be aware that the huge co-benefit through creation of green jobs. And then that always starts with, especially in the low to middle income countries context, where the unemployment rate is very high. This co-benefit is very, very beneficial for those countries and also the cities. And then that also decreases the crime rate and it also decrease the flourishment of extremism, for example. So those are other core benefits that probably we should think about very clearly, and they will note it when it comes to talking about the youth environment.
So, what about Egypt?
Thank you. And when we are talking about youth engagement and involvement, we can talk about Hedi, about how many leaders around the world she put them engagement in the World Cleanup Day. As I see in the WhatsApp group we have for the Africa leaders, how these persons get empowerment to take a part of the World Cleanup Day or the movement or working for beating plastic pollution or to prepare for the World Cleanup Day 3 months or 4 months or 5 months early. So everyone is try to be engaged, and with the leadership here, they are there. Also in our work this year, we have empowered 16 Egyptian youth to take part here in COP27. We were one of the co-hosts for COP17, and we were responsible for volunteers. So all of our team, which have working for volunteers, get an opportunity to attend and to take place with COP27 at the Blue Zones. All of them are learning how to be young negotiator, how they can follow the climate finance, how they can follow the adaptation and mitigation. And I'm sure all of them, maybe the new word is very new word for them. But to hear it, to be in the COP, to hear, to be in the negotiation room, it is something very important for them, because next year or the next few years, we need young negotiator. As the Glasgow Agreement say, all the government have to have a young negotiator with them. So we try to empower youth. We try to give them the opportunity. We try to give them also the knowledge. As we are talking, there is, and let's do it, the academy for training and to capacity building for youth. So always we share the link, how the people can take the opportunity to hear, to learn, to take action. It's important for everyone to be there, and to important for youth to be empowered. And before we empower them, we have to educate them. After education, gives them the opportunity and make them maybe fail, maybe success, but always try to mentor them. Not say you have all the truth. No, you can just guide. You can give the youth opportunity and see the future how it will look like. Thank you.
Thanks. So the last question, actually. So what are the dreams for the future? And also this maybe most sensitive subject is this impact in long term, also finance. What are the secret recipes from World Cleanup Day?
What the young people said here, that they're working voluntarily. I have to say that all the NGO sectors basically are working voluntarily, including our organization. And it is always a big, this kind of challenge, how to keep all 164 country leaders and the teams motivated in the lack of different kind of resources when they will give up because, cleaning, and is there any solutions in the end of the day? Yes, this is a challenge, and we have to talk about it in really, really open way. My dream, I think I'd like to see the world which is honest enough and looking to the mirror and saying that we're still working and living in the era of ego and working in silos. It's a reality. And I think Let's Do It World is a really great organization which is demonstrating really well that actually we can work beyond the country borders or cultural, I don't know, backgrounds or political situations, or even in the situation where we have the war, we are still doing and still coming together as a big network. And I really hoping from this COP27 that there is more bold solutions and taking and ideas that what if we can listen to communities much better, especially people who live in favelas and in slums. It's a really big number by the world. To find the solutions for the desperate communities, engaging them into the solutions. Why not? Why always important persons are coming together into one room and deciding something? If we want to change the world, then we have to change the world with the world. This is important. And what is a communication? We have to communicate each other and listen to each other and try to find the solutions also with the corporate sector and all working together. Let's Do It World with the World Cleanup Day, I really hope will be also listed in United Nations calendar officially, but it's supposed to go through the UNGA in next September, which is a General Assembly of United Nations. If it happens, and we hope that it happened, it means that we will be more visible and we can engage more people. Why? Because we have to engage critical mass of the people so we can also catalyze a cross-sectoral cooperation for all of this, what I said right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to wrap up here because actually Heidi is representing the whole World Cleanup Day network hidden. And I don't know even about numbers, maybe like 4 billions or something like that.
I can say that this year we engaged 15 million from 190 countries, just with a day or two. But with 5 World Cleanup Days, we engaged 75 million people, and last year from 191 countries. The numbers are really growing in some interesting countries, like Mozambique, for example. I'm so happy about this huge success. And this leader, Carlos Serra, have been working day and night with the cleanups, engaging all the schools in Africa, in Mozambique. But also in Europe level, we have been engaging a lot of people. In Germany, we are raising also, there is target to have 5%. We had this year also Mexico, which was really huge engager. Brazil, for example. So it's absolutely everywhere. Basically, each country is doing the best. But in those countries where we're engaging like 2% of the population, then the media will be interested, and also the government will be taking part. And this is really important point in order to change societies. And this is exactly what I said. We are bringing different kind of sectors into the communication, but also finding the solutions. This is really crucial because otherwise we can be cleanup ladies forever. We can be talking about the youth engagement and, everybody have to work together.
Okay, thank you. Then cheers for those 2%, I think. Thanks.